Okay. We are being live streamed.
Yeah. Right. And I have the link now. I'm going to share that with Kelsey, and she will get it embedded on our website.
Okay. All right. We will hopefully progress smoothly then.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to pass video host. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You're very welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Danny.
Hi.
Hi. All right. Welcome.
Good morning. Hey, how are you?
We are doing well. We are experimenting with a multifaceted, I guess, review session this morning, but we're super excited to have you joining us from Wyoming. So how do you pronounce your last name? Is it Wick or Wiki?
Wick.
Wick, okay. Well, I will start with our guest critic joining us from Jackson. We have Daniel Wick, who is a principal at Prospect Studio. He has very kindly been involved over the course of the semester. Prospect Studio has kind of been, I guess, our local host and has been kind of following us over the course of the students' projects this semester. You also, I think, have a pretty well-known background from Auburn University, where you taught at Earl Studio. So thank you. We have then Tara Dudley, who is a faculty here at UTSOA in interior design. We have Igor Siddiqui, who is our program director here at UT. And we have Suzanne Letary, who is joining us from Cornell. So I think with that said, I'm going to let perhaps the students do more of the introduction. We have Elvira, who's going to start us off. Okay. So I think I'm going to launch it just like a normal Zoom. I think we'll do a share screen. And then all right, Danny, are you able to see
Yes.
our screen? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Good morning. My name is Elvira Lathrop. I'm in my third year of the Master's of Interior Design program. And the name of my project is Unearthed. And it's a project for a rock and mineral center within the Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. I have to take this off. My design really tried to create a space that not only provided visitors with a way to learn and experience the geological wonders of this part of the world, but to also do so in a way that simultaneously connected them to the natural beauty of the Grand Tetons, which you're seeing on the screen. So the project is located in the Grand Teton National Park within the Lawrence Rockefeller Preserve. And here's a map. You see Grand Teton National Park, and above that is Yellowstone, and the Lawrence Rockefeller Preserve Center is down here at the bottom. The visitor center that we're working with is 7,500 square feet. It was built in 2008 and consists of a visitor center, a library and resource room, and a meditative space. So this is a close-up of the preserve, showing the location of the center. And then just the existing site. It does have an adjacent parking lot and restrooms that are separate from the main building, and the Grand Tetons are to the north of the building. And then these are just images of some of the surrounding area around the visitor center, so you can get an idea of the lush vegetation that's around the space and the mountains, of course. This is a floor plan of the existing visitor center, and I'm reimagining the program for the visitor center as a rock and mineral center that's tied into the Every Kid Outdoors campaign. And that's a federal program that provides every fourth grader in the country with a pass to visit the national parks for free for a full year. So in alignment with the program, the center is really targeted at families with young children who are visiting the national parks for the first time, but also seeks to appeal to a broader demographic. The center will be open seasonally from the end of May through late September in conjunction with the summer season when most kids are out of school. And the center will provide an interactive experience where visitors are able to discover native rocks and minerals firsthand while emphasizing the majestic beauty of the outer environment. Now, my precedents for my design relate to Ned Kahn and his wind wall art installations. I just found that they were really reminiscent of the quaking aspen that we saw when we visited the Grand Tetons, and also Arnaud Lapierre's ring installation that just creates kind of this experience where the visitor is fully immersed in the space, but also changes the way that they perceive the space. So I wanted to tie those elements into my design. At the beginning of our course, we started with rock and mineral studies. So we chose rock and we did different studies based on that rock, and mine is mica. So this is the example this is a sample of my rock. And then these are some of the rock and mineral design studies that we did, some sketching, and then different patterns that we developed from those sketches, and then material explorations with patterns that we created as well. And then these are just additional studies, sketching. These were inspired by our visit to the Grand Tetons and Yellowstone as well. And this is the inspiration for my palette. These are all images that were taken from our trip. So you can see just very cool blue tones drawn from the sky and mountains and water, combined with the grace of the land and the rocks and aspen tree trunks, as well as brown from the pine cones and the brush. So from there, this led to the choice of material for my center, mostly stained wood in gray and blue tones, concrete, nice stone flooring, steel, both hammered and polished, and acrylic in cool tones. So this is my proposed floor plan. The intent was to form a connection to nature and the geological wonders of the surrounding area. I named it Unearthed Rock and Mineral Center, and the main entrance of the center is in the center of the building, following paths amidst outdoor rock gardens. The interior layout, the largest portion of the building has exhibits and workshop spaces, which is here. And then the other area of the building has cafe and retail space. I did expand the bathrooms to serve more visitors as well. So this is a rendering of my entrance/reception area. It's just a full immersion into the natural beauty of the outdoors through the extensive glazing. We have wood walls and ceiling and steel elements in the desk and the signage and the light fixtures, and concrete and stone floors that reflect the colors of the ground outside. Oops. There's the elevation, which is a close-up of some of the elements that I mentioned. Throughout the exhibit area are exhibit stands designed to bring the beauty of the preserve inside through the use of reflection in the polished steel and the transparency of acrylic. And above is an acrylic and steel cloud that hovers and is what I'm calling activated by the visitors' movements through the space and the floating exhibit boards. So this is basically the development of my cloud with the rock and mineral studies. So these are images from my original mica specimen that were transferred from the 3D rock to the 2D digitized image, where it was further deconstructed into its elements and then reconstructed once again into the 3D object through extrusion and layering. And then this is just some early experimentation with materiality and color of the cloud. And that developed into this cloud that you now see in the exhibit area. We also have exhibit stands that just go back to that precedent of the ring installation, using reflectivity and transparency to bring the outdoors in, and showcasing the beauty of the rocks and minerals at the same time, creating a mesmerizing effect and reflecting them, and creating floating and see-through effects. The exhibit stands are separated by different types of rocks, igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic, and the floating and hanging exhibit boards in the area correspond to the types of rocks that are being exhibited. These are views leading to, that show leading to the outdoor rock garden and the workshop space ahead as well. And so then moving on from that side of the building to the other side of the building, this is the gift shop and the cafe areas. The shop displays the rocks and minerals of Grand Teton along the blue stained walls and lets visitors purchase different kinds of local rocks. And this is the other side of the gift shop, and display shelf is made of nice columns with hammered and steel shelves, polished steel accents, and frosted glass. And then moving further in, this is the cafe, which kind of has a 2D version of the cloud from the exhibit space along the back wall. The shelving is similar to the elements that were found in the retail space, and hammered steel is found on the underside of the pickup counter and the tables and chairs that also incorporated blue acrylic back accents. And this is the view from the cafe looking back towards the gift shop and into the exhibit space beyond. And that concludes my presentation of my space on Earth, rock and minerals. So I welcome your comments. If there's anything you want to show you again, let me know.
So where in the design do you think, in the kind of physical design, do you think that the title is best reflected?
I think in the exhibits. Yeah. In the exhibits, because it really shows the rocks themselves, which are coming from the earth, so they've been unearthed, but it's also showing the environment from which they came from and the reflection of the steel columns here. So it's within the earth, coming from the earth. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I think this is a really beautiful image. I'm really glad that this is where we landed in your presentation. I mean, the whole presentation is really accomplished. I think you covered all that you would imagine you would cover in a way in a project like this. And so I think the project is really thorough in that sense. And it seems like some of the ways in which you're creating spatial effects, you really took that kind of throughout the project to see how it plays itself out. So I think that that's really good. You know, I think in this image, I really like that we're really in this kind of immersive environment that you're hoping to create. And if I were in this space, if I were the visitor, I would want to hold on to that experience. Like, I think that that's kind of the richest experience. And so I think as a designer, then the question for me would be, how long do you want to hold the person in that environment? How long could you keep them for? And what are all the different ways in which you can keep them in this kind of immersive environment? And then what happens when they step out of it? You know, is it like a slow fade, or is it through contrast? And then what is outside of that and experience, that immersive experience? Is it the outside, or is it the cafe, which kind of brings you back to, or the gift shop, which kind of brings you to a more conventional space? And I kind of feel like you've really tried to kind of extend this immersive experience as far as you could this time. But I think that you probably extend that experience further. I think where I get pulled out of the experience that you're trying to achieve, I notice things that are quite conventional, like do a little bit too quickly. Like I get to the cafe and then all of a sudden I see these like light fixtures, these pendants that you would expect to see in any other kind of environment. So there are some things that seem a little bit too predictable. And I think that the graphics are a part of that too. I think if you're using graphics as a part of that environment, I would think about how that contributes to that experience more. or if the graphics, if this kind of didactic exhibition is really just these freestanding panels, or there's also another way to present this information, this kind of textual information, maybe not unlike the rocks. I think that this is really great, the way that these kind of mirrors then act as pedestals for the rocks, and then the rocks kind of look like they're floating. So I would, see, if the project went on, which it doesn't, I would probably try to see like if you can learn more from that, from that work.
I completely agree with these comments. That was the same term I was thinking, like, what is the most immersive moment in your project? And it's when you cross the canopy. The moment we see that kind of canopy condition and its relationship to all edges of the interior, you kind of lose me. So I'm wondering if there are ways that you could have potentially branched outside the envelope so that you're actually reflecting more actual nature in your canopy. Or if it actually just needs to be something that's a bit more fractured within the interior environment, and somehow how you lay it out in the interior, maybe that somehow informs layout, because right now, these kind of curved sinuous forms that you start with before you even get here feel so divorced from this this final image. And maybe it's okay that it's this other language, but there seems like there wants to be something that's kind of speaking to this kind of like fractured condition. And what's nice about this too is that there's material, like physical parts of the installation, and then there are these kind of material moments. So the fact that you use something kind of reflective above, but I'm starting to see physical things emerging from it. Like I think it's a light fixture, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's in there.
That's really great. It's like that moment. And actually light is super boring.
You like that?
Because it's like these kind of normal, like everyday regular things that are embedded in this pretty like wild, immersive. It kind of like snaps us back into reality. So that kind of like fun play is in and out, in and out. But some parts of it is just like way too much reality, like kind of like have to tone it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I would just kind of like edit now, like just take these kind of like snapshots that you have as a way to kind of like re-envision like what it means to have this in relationship to an interior environment.
Right. Thank you.
I think my comments are right in line. And as far as the experience, I'm thinking especially for the introduction that you gave in the audience that you're trying to approach, people with families, children in this program is really supposed to be, because I'm a Girl Scout leader and all these things, and these are exactly the kind of places that we want to take the children and have them be a part of it. And I like the image of the kid that you have here examining the rocks, and I definitely enjoy the cloud and having the ideas, that reflection, and individuals, whether they're grown-ups or little kids, being a part of that space. But for me, even with the materiality and the way that you have the spatial layout, which the previous review said could be a little bit more immersive, I'm thinking about the actual displays themselves and how they might be interactive. Because here, I think we have, these pedestals, which are fantastic. I love the kind of the tactile quality you get, like visually, but are people invited to touch these? And what other things throughout the space might invite that kind of immersive activity that you do definitely lose when you move to some of the other areas like the cafe and the gift shop. So again, a continuation of some of these textures, the surfaces, and how like feeling like that the feeling that everything's been unearthed and it's on display and it's exposed. But I think also that part of these things coming from the ground and what that might have been like within this wonderful landscape that you have here on the outside, and knowing that these objects and the representation of them and the materials that you've chosen have come from, but to maybe ground that a little bit more. So to put it back in the earth just a little bit.
Right.
Maybe like one way you could do it for your portfolio is actually animate this image so that the reflective pieces that are, I think that there's a bit of sky, there's a bit of green, right?
Yeah.
That they're kind of subtly changing as the day.
Oh, yeah,
It
yeah,
was just
yeah.
a still image, and you like forgot in some ways, like if it was a film or an image at certain moments, but then you would see these subtle things fading in and out. And it would be like an amazing thing to kind of track the kind of
that sounds
environmental
really cool.
qualities, and like
I like that.
it kind of embeds seasonality into the project then all of a sudden.
Yeah.
in the natural landscape, and maybe even the effect of some of the lighting, in the space, also just enhancing that a little bit, you know, on a cloudy day when you might not get as much of that effect
Got it.
on the inside.
Another thing that you might want to think about is how that surrounding landscape is framed. I think it works really well where you have this like, you know, huge piece of glass without mullions. I think in other places where it appears more like a window because that's the existing architecture, like I think that frame is really important. I don't think that a black framing this environment in a project that's all meant to be about dissolving boundaries is the right thing. You know, I think it would have to be like maybe even there's like a sill or kind of an interior frame that's also reflective. So then it softens the boundary between the view and the frame and the interior. I think all of those things are incredibly important.
Right.
And I almost feel like, I know you didn't do that, but it feels like there are certain parts of the project that are like authored by Revit. I know you didn't do that, but you know, there's like the door, which has like the black sort of frame in one of the other, and I'm like, you would never have a door like that in a project like this. It would be something else. I don't think that like a black frame door in this kind of palette is the right thing to do. I don't know, that may have been deliberate, but it just doesn't read that way.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think, I don't know if can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think there's a couple of things that are interesting. One is that all of these images, for a moment, there's a tension between the current sort of display pieces and the ceiling, and it almost appears like in some of the images, like these elements are coming down from this cloud versus being separate elements on the floor. And I wonder if, you know, maybe in the future, if you were to develop this more, that would be one thing that I think could be an interesting way to look at this, is that it's a fairly, you know, flat and simple ground plane. I mean, you didn't talk much about the textural quality of the floor at all, or what that was, but these elements coming down, it seems to be all about the ceiling. And if you really made it all about the ceiling, you know, having these things sort of pull down from the ceiling could be an interesting way to sort of emphasize that. I sort of think that, you know, there's an interesting nature to the building that's there now, which is that it's a very enveloping sort of experience when you're inside of it. And it's almost like a refuge. You know, the mountains are very expansive and sort of all encompassing, you know, in a lot of ways. And so you look for trees and these sort of, you know, these natural encampments with the rock when you're out in the mountains to take refuge in. In some ways, the building provides a little bit of that refuge, and it's sort of a place to seek shelter and then to kind of view the mountains, right? And I wonder if there's more tension, or there's more ways you could play up that relationship of the glass and this sort of, you know, very enveloping sort of feeling with this cloud inside of this space, because it feels intimate in this space. And it feels like there's an opportunity that could be lost there about understanding how big of a space there is beyond this sort of more intimate space that's here. So I think the one last thing I would say is that, you know, when you think about rock, you know, rock elements, they have a very textural and a tactile quality to them. You know, it's one of the things that you can really touch and not feel too concerned that you're going to mess it up. And so as a kid's space, you know, one thing that might be interesting to think about is, how does this become a little more interactive? And is there a real layer of tactility to this project that sort of speaks to what the tactile nature of these stones, or of like certain pieces that have been broken down by water and are smooth versus the very fractured nature of other elements that have maybe split, you know, those sorts of things. Because I think that's a layer that could really help bring another sort of sensual component to this project.
Thank you. Okay. You good? All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's creepy. So you should be able to open a folder on the desktop. Like, so if you do, yeah. Yeah. Good. So you just double click that. And then go to back to the Zoom. Scroll down and you see, go back to, yeah, and then show your screen again for the.
The screen or the
PDF. There you go. The PDF.
You,
Yeah, full screen.
there we go, sorry. Okay, so my name is Hannah Smith. I am a third year master's of interior design student. My background is in anthropology. And thank you for being here and for doing this. So my project reimagines the LSR Center as the Wyoming Center for Restoration. The intent is to provoke visitors to notice the interconnections of nature through installations or exhibits that highlight its fractals and patterns. The primary goal is to provide a spiritual experience. The secondary goal is to provide supporting educational information as well as a retail space and tea shop. So as you're already familiar now, this is the existing Lawrence Rockefeller Preserve Center. And a sense of both its exterior, interior, and its location. Something that's really pleasurable about it is that you can't view it from the parking lot and you can't view the parking lot from inside it. So you have this kind of lovely walk-in experience that helps you kind of transition. And the intent of the building, as described by the architect, was he always wanted it to be a spiritual place, a place of repose, a place to kind of transition from a more active place into a place of nature, and kind of prepare yourself mentally for a hike and be still and silent. And he took a lot of inspiration within the architecture from existing spiritual buildings. And so I really wanted to maintain that. And I felt like I haven't had a rock or mineral exhibit really change how I felt about myself or how I looked at the world. And while that's kind of a lofty aspiration, I wanted to aim more that direction than just doing something purely educational. I see this project as something that would be a good nighttime or winter activity, some things that are maybe, you know, during those off times when there isn't much to do other than to go to a bar. This is, you know, a nice way to be exiting the park and kind of go back almost in reverse into the town, not really quite a city. Oh, and I guess, you know, of note is beautiful views of the mountains that are positioned towards the back. So really highlighting that view. So here we have the existing floor plan. We can see that it's very lightly programmed and really just a few sparse exhibits, a lounge area, an entry that's right through the center, and then some back of house stuff that's actually located at the bottom. So for me, where I took inspiration was in these very kind of nature-based chapels and religious places. as well as the Old Faithful Inn, which has this really wonderful stacking of columns and this verticality that feels kind of, really extreme and almost comical. And then lastly, I was really excited about Kengo Kuma's meme project, which was an investigation into some sustainable technologies that are based on the dwellings of the people who live there traditionally and historically in this snowy Japanese landscape. So translating that really glowing, wonderful presence and bringing it into kind of this spiritual place. Why isn't it moving? Oh, okay. So this was my suggestion for how it might be reinterpreted, to move the entry to where there was historically a listening room and then create a massive fractal hall. And I am suggesting that this area is completely blown out and rebuilt in this double membrane technology that was seen in the last slide, where you create this wonderful kind of lantern on the landscape. And it is highly efficient as well. So it's a really nice, sustainable kind of statement. So once you get to the fractal hall, you arrive at the view and have kind of a moment of reflection. And then there's a secondary exhibit, which is going to kind of inform you about fractals. So a little bit in reverse of not telling you what's going to happen, but instead having something happen first and then later understanding more about it. And then in a totally separate, I wanted them to feel like quite separate experiences and be literally separated, the tea shop. So that has a small amount of retail, but is meant to be this just kind of light and delightful complementary experience. So this is just a sense of the floor plan. It's pretty simple. And these are some of my inspirations from the trip. I really was inspired by the yellow, the aspen, a lot of examples of fractility, which I'll talk about a little bit more, and just the blackness against this landscape I found really striking. These are some of the materials that I arrived at. I was interested in actually making the exterior of the building black, bringing in this double membrane, exploring some, it could be acrylic type material, as well as kind of a flooring that I have dreamt up, which would be to shear off these pyrite cubes that naturally occur in the matrices that you see here. It's a really cool contrast between the two textures, and I would love it if it just be sheared off and made into a floor. So that was kind of the material.
That's natural.
That is natural, isn't that wild?
Oh, sorry.
Make it synthetic and be a billionaire, you know? Makes sense.
So how it all started for me was actually with this rock, and I got a piece of crazy lace agate, and I was so kind of enchanted with all these layers of things that felt familiar, these patterns where it's like, could this be looking from the top of a river delta, or are you looking at a rock? Like we see these things over and over again, and what is this relationship? So I really got pretty deep into this stuff and really loved this quote: "Nature uses only the longest threads to weave her patterns, so each small piece of her fabric reveals the organization of the entire tapestry." So here are just some examples of how these same patterns occur again and again, just based on essentially physics, which is pretty good. So this is a drawing that I did of my rock specimen, and it was so clear in drawing it that it became a mountain. It was, such a simple transition that I was looking at the same thing. And so then I was looking at, okay, here's a scanning electron image of a grain of sand and how, you know, each is a part of the same thing and builds to the other, and at these incredible scales. So that is what led me into really focusing on fractality as the focus of my entire project. So as you know, they are different scales of the same material, or same shapes that build upon one another. So a lot of people have a Mandelbrot fractal come to mind, which is the kind where you can zoom in infinitely. But that's actually not necessarily what a fractal is. That's a specific type of fractal. So really fractals are what we see all over nature. Nature is composed of layers and layers of fractals. And we find them, turns out to be rather soothing. So what they've done stress measurements, basically in a type of skin testing. And they found that when people were exposed to fractals, they experienced up to 60% stress reduction. And it could happen with either artificial or natural fractals. Interestingly, it didn't seem to have a dramatic difference. But we do tend to prefer the ones that are in these kind of 1 and 2 columns, and then kind of the more crazy they get, the less we experience that stress reduction. So what
Can you
I,
go back to that slide, please? Like, make a picture.
how do I go back?
You can't go, you don't worry about it. Give us a later.
Arrow.
It's okay.
Haha.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is kind of where the investigation of what I actually made starts to happen, is getting into the crystallographic structure of quartz, which is one of the primary materials in Wyoming, mineral materials in Wyoming. And so there are, of course, different types, well, not of course, because I didn't know, different types of crystallographic structures. There's, you know, right-handed, left-handed, regular, all these different types. And so I was exploring how these could be shaped and layered, and how it became this really beautiful analogy, or excuse me, metaphor for nature, in that by operating with simple changes in a system, you can have this kind of infinite creativity just by following simple rules. So it's a really kind of wonderful idea that has created so much of the diversity that we have in our world. So I was stacking these, experimenting with these, and ended in this kind of, I was trying to reduce it to its simplest amounts, because even so, it is a very complex structure. So really trying to make this simple core column component that could be repeated. And I took from the wings of insects, kind of figuring out what a nice, pleasing natural ratio would be between kind of a stalk or stem and the finer components. So that ratio is meant to match. I am keeping the red cedar that already exists in the building because I am taking some liberties in this particular part of the hall. So this is what it looks like to look up structurally, and then with the addition of the plexiglass material or just transparent material. And then showing kind of the difference between how it was and what I have proposed in terms of why did I need to knock it down and build something new, is to really get a lot of height, which was a major intent of my project. So this is what it's like to actually look up in the, you know, within the project as a render. And this is kind of the experience of being in it. The idea being that you have places to sit, to stretch out, and hopefully even to lay down, to look directly up. I didn't want to introduce any soft surfaces though, because I feel like no one wants to lay down on things people have potentially stepped on. But so you're kind of looking up from within a crystal, or you could see it as being under a canopy of trees or under the structure of a mountain. It's very much all about how these patterns repeat. And so then my second thing that I developed more was my retail cafe experience of a tea bar. I was really inspired by the Old West style, these chunky bars that are carved out of wood, but I wanted to reimagine that as something a bit more delicate that is really embracing this natural, floral, lovely kind of tea experience. So I found that there's these really great 3D printed or stones that have been 3D cut, and that you can project light through them. Of course, we've seen that, but I thought that the patterning was really cool. So I made my tea bar out of 2 different types of stone, both a onyx and a jade onyx. And then the lighting above is again kind of calling back to the mountains, as if you are underneath them. And it is also basically the sheared tops of the crystal structures. And then, so this is just kind of a look into the corner, a little bit more of the specific things that I actually designed just for this project. These different lights. This is a pattern that's pulled directly from my experiments to make this little wall of sconce. And then this is something I actually built. It's downstairs, but it's very heavy. So
It's in the shop. Okay, still.
yes. So this was all about, I had gotten the comment that the fractality, even though it was all about nature in the project, could come across as very harsh. So I wanted to include some things that.
Who said that? No. I'm kidding.
So I wanted to express fractality also through softness, and was also again called back to our original mineral principle, rocks and minerals, of kind of all these stones being balanced together into something that feels a little improbable, but is actually super solid. So yeah, and there's a lot of really lovely, just patterns within themselves, within the wood. It was definitely a meditation on fractals, the whole project. So our inner fractals can resonate with the outer fractals, and we can have a kind of continuity and a sense of wholeness with the environment. And that's really the whole point of it, is to feel through this, hopefully through this experience, that you are feeling in yourself a sense that you are connected to everything around you in this wonderful wilderness experience in Wyoming. So that's the conclusion of my project. I'm very excited to hear your comments.
Sammy, I think you're on mute.
I am definitely on mute. Can I ask one quick question before you people jump in the comments? Can you explain a little bit why you felt it was super necessary for you to have volume in the space?
Like the height?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think there is, height has been used in a lot of particularly Western spiritual spaces because it draws us up. It does have this kind of, classic connection to God, but also the sense that, when you go into the redwoods and just the height and the really towering quality gives you a different sense of your scale and place than you experience in normal scale situations, I suppose. So it makes you self-reflect, I think.
Yeah. I was just curious. I mean, I think that that's a really interesting comment you made very quickly that just stuck with me, because you know, you take the building down to basically build it in the same form, but taller. And
Mhm.
I wonder, you know, the question I have, and, you know, is that I think there's several ways to look at that, and maybe, you know, the take that you have is that the more space, you know, it is beneficial for that. And I wonder if the intimacy of being close to that is also restorative in a different way. And so, you know, one of the questions I would have to push you is how do you, you know, how can you use what's there in a way that allows you to get a similar effect, you know, because constraints are hard, but constraints make the projects better. And so that could have been one thing to just think about as you know, process this is could I have achieved sort of a similar experience or result by challenging yourself to just keep the existing building as is and bring that down, and then really invite the sort of relationship of person to that, you know, to have a more of a person or a intimate experience with that sort of fractal element, because that could be kind of cool. You know, a lot of the times that space reminded me a lot of train station depots and things in Europe, and you always see them from quite far away. But the ability to be able to experience that on a really close level is not that common. And so that might be one thing to think about. I mean, I think it's beautiful and very interesting. And I thought your research is really kind of fantastic and fun. I mean, I could have just listened to the research part the whole time. And I think that's what's really interesting is that I think that as you look at the research and how much work is done in that, how you start to translate that over into built spaces is hard. And you probably could say, hey, I would love to have had 3 more months to do this, because you probably feel like you're just getting going to some regard. The last thing I'll say just quickly is that the space that didn't work so well for me is the tea experience, because I think you are holding on to a very clear and simple idea in the fractal room and trying to translate that over. And I kind of wonder what it made me think of is that space is all about this inward focus and about processing things that we find in nature and creating something that sort of is a man-made thing that is taking out some of these natural elements in a way that's interesting. I wonder if the tea house actually could have the completely opposite effect, which is that you strip it of all of those things. Maybe there's some elements in how you design the furniture and things to connect back with some of the visual language of the fractal room, but maybe that room is really about getting outside and you dissolve the walls and it's about experiencing the outside. And it's really about maybe some of the ritualness of tea experiences are very ritual. And so I think you could really play up that as a sort of soothing mechanism, right? It's all about doing the same thing over and over again and having a very, structured experience in really, pushing your visual or, making the outside come in more, I guess, so to speak.
You are so on the nose with where I was hoping to get. So I'm glad that you saw that same path forward.
Yeah.
In terms of, I was hoping to do all these types of outdoor arrangements where kind of a tea ceremony gathering where you're both indoor and outdoor could happen. And that wasn't quite achieved, but.
Yeah. I will also just say, I think you should lose the retail. I don't know if you had to have that, but the one thing that strikes me is kind of funny about it is like I don't really want to have to get my credit card out when I'm restoring myself. You know what I mean? So there's sort of a nature of that of maybe you just lose that bit altogether and say, once you walk in here, it's about really kind of taking yourself out of the day-to-day experiences and really placing yourself in how do you sit in a space and, experience that space for what it is. And the same with the tea ceremony kind of situations, because I think that emphasizes people's ability to kind of release their everyday, experiences and things of oh, that's a nice looking shirt. I'd like to get that. Or I really love this vessel. I'll buy one on my way out. If you could strip yourself of all that stuff, then it really allows you to focus on the things you want.
I'm totally on board with you. That's why I went with something that felt like the most kind of stripped back, kind of spiritual retail possible, because retail was part of the brief to do some form of hospitality. So I was trying to go for like the simplest, what felt like a really kind of pure complimentary experience. But I get you, for sure.
I really
Okay.
enjoyed your.
Go, please go.
Okay. I thought this was fantastic and learning in a lot of detail about your process from the materials, through the finish. And just looking, especially at the beginning and hearing you talk about how you came to this idea of practical, I was like, okay, where's she going with this? But then looking at all the components and think, well, this could be that, or this could be this in my head. And then also just thinking about things that we learned in our class and just the creation of design and ornament, down from Ruskin to Owens and Dresser and all of the various possibilities. And then seeing the space, the practical room was pretty awesome. I did like the height in the space, but then thinking about the idea of maintaining what's there, is it possible to perhaps play with floor height? And then there's also idea of movement and being within different parts or spaces at different levels, not only in that space, but within oneself. Is your part of the spiritual journey, and without having to change the actual height of the ceiling, even if you're changing the floor height, because you're entering in the entry area, maybe in different parts of the fractal space, maybe even rising upward towards the end of the fractal room, then to the exhibit space, where I would love to see information about these quotes and things about nature and fractalness and whatnot. And if you're ever have to play with the bathroom space or expand your progress or project, in one of the earlier slides where you're showing the different components, there's a central image and it's mostly white, but you have the reds, the oranges and the yellows. I saw like awesome bathroom floor tile and that I did. And when you showed the agate and a little bit of the warmth that you in the space with the amber tones and those golden colors, that red and that agate really struck me as a nice contrast in some places. But I enjoyed this.
Thank you. I do have to comment that my dear professor did push me a lot to try and work in the existing frame of that area, and I was very set on doing a super height.
I wondered though, in response to that, and I think we as designers, when we're making like bold moves like that, we have to iterate on it. And so I'm wondering, did you do tests on what this thing looks like inside at the height level of the existing versus elevating 12, 24, 36? Like, did you do that kind of rigorous testing?
I did, and I didn't like it. I wanted
I
to
don't
be
think that's
like
enough. I
red.
think that actually you have to kind of show us that.
Okay.
Because part of you presenting, like you're kind of building this narrative. And let me zoom out for a moment. I think actually I want to just talk about that. Your presentation skills verbally are really, really good. And even within the project, there are moments where it's super rich and I'm like, you could tell we're all on the edge of our seats excited. And then there are moments where it feels sort of disjointed. And I think there needs to be a marriage with the things that you're saying and your visual presentation. So anytime, and this is across the board, I think I see it a lot with students, anytime you're showing an image, I think you need to operate on it. I don't think it's good enough to just show like a pixelated version of some image you found on Google next to some other kind of reference image. Like even just the act of cropping out what you want us to look at is important. And then if you want, mixing black and white versus color, like I think you really need to kind of like think about what that looks like on the page. And I'm just saying this because I think often we spend so much time like with the verbal presentation and like forget that like what we're seeing almost matters more. But you started in such like a poetic place. Like I love the idea of it's like a goodbye center rather than like a welcoming center. And what, just how you frame the project, you're just like, yeah, I'm in it, I believe it, like, it's so sensitive, the words that are coming out of your mouth. So then the act of like knocking this building down seems like so brutal. But I wonder, like, there's references, like, you could have ordered out of Clark it, like, chopped it in half and like elevated it. So you're kind of like retaining some portions of it, and the act of like demolishing or subtracting actually could become like a part of the creative process. So I would just push yourself. If you want to do that, that's cool. Like you're a student, like this is when you should be radical. But you gotta like prove it and show us those iterations and like think beyond just like wiping it out. But I mean, I really enjoyed the presentation. It sounds like I'm giving this harsh criticism, but I actually really enjoyed your presentation. There's like just so much thought there. But even that idea of like kind of like fracturing it and pulling it apart, then all of a sudden maybe we don't have to deal with the columns, because I think in your presentation, the moments we saw it in like the RCP view, like looking up at it, like I think that was the most powerful. When I saw those like 3 or 4 columns coming down, it kind of like, I don't know, didn't meld as well. And like even like that structure that you made, it was like column and this kind of like amazing, like almost felt like a lantern around it. Like that is a structure on its own. I would have liked to see like more kind of like versions of that, like in isolation, rather than it feeling like it was on kind of like a skewer.
That's
But yeah, the iterations,
Yeah.
that's I guess the theme of what I'm trying to say, like just test.
Yeah, I have to totally agree that I really think that you could totally blow it up. Having someone that experiences that building all the time, I like that building a lot, but you could totally blow it up. But you just have to prove it, and I think you got to take it to the next step, as she was just saying, because how does the light come in above? The fact that you just built the same roof and form and everything and just raised it 10 feet, like that's where it was for me, it was like, well, you should have just kept it low if you were going to do the same thing. But if you were bringing light in above and it was a clear story condition and you could see the way that the sun was moving around it above that acrylic layer or something, like then there's some real teeth to why you need to blow it up and make it larger. But I think you have to prove that. You're right.
Well, I'm kind of glad you did it so we can talk about the value of existing architecture in a way. I mean, you can't, like say like, oh, I picked this material because it's sustainable, but I got rid of the whole building actually. But it's an interesting why not, right? And I think one of the things that came up was your desire for height. And to me, that's the challenge for you to have solved maybe in more than one way. And so the question is, what is the perception? What is objective height versus perception of height, right? So could there have been reflectivity, for example, that gave you a different sense of height from what actually was? I also feel like I travel a lot. I spend a lot of time in airports. I see sort of fractured space frames at airports all the time. And the reason why they exist is not because they're just beautiful, but because they can cover long spans, right? And this is a tiny building. So it's actually not doing any of the structural work that a system like that should be doing. So it's decorative mostly. So one of the things that I was thinking is like, what if you got rid of the roof, but you kept the structure, because there's something fractal about like structure already, that could have been a kind of framework for these kind of geometries that then happen at a smaller scale, that could have given your sort of pattern a sense of scale. Or what would it have been like to have had the ceiling be reflected and have the pattern on the floor, and then it gets kind of bounced back and forth and you get this kind of immersive experience. And then finally, it made me wonder, well, if you want people to look at it, why is it in the ceiling? Why isn't it around them? And it made me think of Oliver Eliasson's project in Reykjavik, where it's actually like the whole curtain wall is this sort of like tessellated, three-dimensional sort of glass and frame. And then it has a relationship to vision in a way that's very different from actually being in a room that's entirely white, and actually we're either like looking at each other or there's something about the ergonomics of that too that's kind of interesting, the way that you're proposing it, and I have kind of questions about that. Because I think that there are other different ways for you to address this desire or maybe need for height And I'm glad that you went through this first iteration, but I think it's interesting to think about how else can we convey a sense of dimension beyond this kind of like physical measure, right? So that's the question, that's the kind of comment that I had about the building. Then the kind of question about process that has already come up. I think as a designer, it's always really challenging, exciting, and sometimes frustrating to do all this research to produce beautiful work that is not yet the project. And then it's really difficult to make all of that excitement and beauty and inspiration, like bring it to the work itself. And I think quite often we think about it as a matter of like application, like applied research, like I will take this. And I think it's really more of a question of translation, because it's not a one-to-one application, right? Like a really beautiful abstract drawing in one scale doesn't magically become something else. Like you have the agency to make that translation, and if it were a language, it would be a really difficult one to decipher. You know, you need many dictionaries, not just one, to make that translation. You have to kind of figure out what that translation is to make sense of it. And I think that, and I think this happens probably in multiple projects. What's really beautiful about the drawings, the patterns, is this kind of abstraction. And so the question is like, how does that abstraction meet the reality of the inhabited world, like bodies and existing buildings and landscape and furniture and all of that stuff. And I think that in your project specifically, because it's this kind of fractal idea, which is that there is this kind of consistent sensibility about what you experience happening at different scales. I think that the expectation was that that would be really smooth throughout the presentation. So even though there are different kinds of fractal geometries, it's not just the infinite zoom. I do think that your visual presentation and the design process itself and the sort of the project itself would benefit from this kind of continuity of at different scales, you know. And I think right now that continuity is narrative rather than like based on the artifacts that you're designing, you know. I understand verbally the relationship between your wood table, but it's not an aesthetic connection anymore. It's very loose, like you need the words to have it be the glue to kind of connect them. But I think that this could be a thesis project, you know, and I think that the challenge of it would really be to see how this narrative would unfold in spatial and visual and, you know, in other terms that are not kind of a narrative story. But I think that the narrative can drive that design process.
Yeah, I think there was a comment earlier too about you know, sort of the use of making sure that the images really do something for you. And I have to say, you know, in my time of doing crits and teaching at the Rural Studio, the thing that always struck me was that students were really good at creating objects and have a hard time letting go of them as part of the process. You know, you make these things and you want to say, hey, look, this great work I did. I want to show this in some form or fashion. But I do think that there's a lot of merit to saying, like, you know, the guy who started the Rural Studio, Sam Montby, he used to come in and sort of talk to people in this Southern draw, you know, in New York City, and everyone would be like, oh, shucks, he's just this, and he would speak very eloquently, and he used it as kind of a mechanism to, he was telling a story, you know, and part of that story was part of that. And each one of these props on the screen needs to be very critical in telling the story. And so I will say that I really appreciate that you seem to spend a lot of time on the narrative, the verbal narrative, because I think that's something that a lot of students don't spend time on. We spend so much time developing these images, and then we only spend a very small amount of time really coalescing them into a story, or a narrative, for lack of a better term. And I think that that's super critical. And I'm saying it sort of holistically, not just for your project, but I think it's such a valid point for any students, is that, you know, the more you can put this on the wall and present it to your classmates and go through this process over and over and over again? Like, how many times have you actually walked through this other than the critiques you've had? You know, we would, at the Real Studio, they had so many people running in and out with critics that we would have them do PowerPoints 2-3 times a day to get comfortable with talking. So the story is so refined, nothing in there is superfluous anymore. And I think if you really take that same kind of level of scrutiny, I think what you'll find is that you'll also start to challenge the questions like, well, is that height really important? You know, I said that and I breezed past it, but if that's such a critical element to this, there needs to be more to back up that piece of it, you know? So I think it's a great lesson, and it's easy to talk about with someone who's spent some time really trying to craft that narrative. So thanks for giving us the opportunity to have that discussion, because I think it's really valuable.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
And we. It's
Uploaded?
on the box, yeah.
Did you rename it something?
No, I just replaced it, so. Good morning. My name is Camden McBride. I am a fourth-year undergrad interior student. The name of my project is 3 Point. The name was inspired by my overall concept, which was experiencing not only the Tetons, but Yellowstone, just generally the national park system from 3 different perspectives. This is from the perspectives of the individual experiencing this preserve center. So the 3 perspectives would be below, within, and above. These were inspired by natural elements such as, the opportunity of stargazing, the erosion that takes place throughout the national parks, specifically Yellowstone. I wanted to pull from both. And then from above, such as the topographic that you're not only greeted upon entrance to the park from the aerial view of flying in, but also when you're actually walking over the Yellowstone and springs and whatnot. So these are the existing images of the current building. On the left, we have a view facing the Tetons with a topographic map that's kind of in the middle that you can kind of hover over. There are some images, off-centered windows, lots of brown tones, natural woods and elements, some old school images and stagnant pictures such as the one adjacent to the individual there on the bench. And then we have this church-like front facade, which is currently a sound kind of exhibition. These are the existing elevations, and then a picture from the outside of the patio. So it's a very inviting space with a courtyard, lots of natural foliage around, just showing the colors that are present within this park, which I will pull upon. And then also the map showing the location of the preserve, which is adjacent to Phelps Lake. A great place to either start or end your hike, which is exactly what we did when we were there. We have some existing sections. So this goes to show the wide open spaces that are in this building currently. When we were there, it was almost like a lack of specific program. So it was very much a meditative space, somewhere where you can kind of find your place. I think each and every one of us found a specific portion of this building that we felt spoke to us in a way. That we can kind of just inhabit our space. Next, we are looking at the site map. So this shows the preserve and then the adjacent bathrooms. I'm leaving pretty much everything as is and not changing much in terms of paths and location of the existing structure. Next, we have the flora, and this is where I began to develop my color story and palette. As you can see, not only from the background gradient of my presentation, but from the actual prismatic springs, things like the night sky, the aspen trees that line the foots of the mountains themselves, and then also the bushes and streams. My original exploration began with a rock. When saturated, the exposure was turned up, it revealed these colors that actually ended up matching the prismatic springs almost perfectly and the colors of the Teton National Park. And so I basically explored these patterns and colors. At first, I began with a cabin project in which I thought the patterns would be more helpful, but then as we moved into this larger scale project, I found that the color palette that it gave me was a lot more powerful than the pattern. Moving into precedent images, there are some works here from artists such as Cornelia Parker, where she suspends these rocks. One of our tasks was to pull upon the geological aspect of the national parks, and I was trying to figure out how I would display these specimens. I was really involved in this idea of space and the colors, not only of the night sky, but the prismatic springs, and thinking about how I could suspend these like meteors or rocks in a way that resembled the night sky. And then also pulling upon these kind of enveloping acrylic lit panels that could be partitions or walls, curvilinear elements, because overall, with the exception of the front of this structure, everything is pretty orthogonal. Lots of right angles, whatnot. Moving into my materials, I developed these off of the color story of not only the nature, but also my rock specimen, using patterns of fabric with similar color stories. I wanted to be careful in terms of natural elements, such as woods and marbles and whatnot, just because right now it's currently very natural, and I wanted to make it the opposite of that. So you're in this space, it's very different than what you're going to experience out in the actual national parks. So I have black marble, rainbow marble, these acrylic panels that are tinted and illuminated, and then other things like brass and wood. And then moving into my spatial diagram. So essentially I'm reversing the path of travel throughout the structure. So when you first enter the building from this front door, I'm reversing it. So where you would originally go the opposite direction, I'm having you go down this narrow hall, building up anticipation and suspense, and then going through my exhibition. So these colors represent each of the three experiences, the first being the meteor exhibit, followed by the historical timeline and the platform / topo map, which the renders will help convey this information. Here is the floor plan. So essentially this skinny hall is what leads you down to the front of the structure, that ethereal aspect and the church-like aspect, and then reversing back towards the entrance and ultimately ending up at the cafe, which is the hospitality portion of my project. So this is a section representing the lighting elements that I introduced with this curved acrylic idea, pulling upon the colors of the national park, and then also bringing in curvilinear elements to juxtapose the orthogonal aspects of the structure. And then this is another section representing that curved element of my bar. Once again, the renders will help convey this aspect. And then this is the RCP. So this really shows all of my meteor rock displays. So everything is mounted from the ceiling. So as you're entering this space, you are covered in the star-like exhibition of meteors and rocks that are suspended from these illuminated rods. And then moving towards the front, you're enveloped by this overarching exhibition and display. This is the entrance of the building, so you're welcomed by the name and then obviously the colors of my gradient that I pulled from the National Park colors. And then moving in towards the meteor exhibition, that's where your journey begins. And so this ceiling is like coming down upon you. There was originally a lower ceiling. I removed that, and that way you can actually see the structure that is peeking through behind these illuminated acrylic rods. And at the end of your hall, you'll have on the left the suspended meteors. On the right, you'll have this curvilinear timeline, the shape being inspired by the erosion. And I wanted to have this within aspect that you are kind of like going on a hike. You're going through the national park rather than seeing it from above or below. And this is that ethereal church-like space where you can walk underneath, and it is curved. It's like a dome. It's implied. And then another angle of that. And moving in towards these kind of immersive panels in which etching would display the history of the national parks. I feel as though without the guides or pamphlets that were given out at the location, we really wouldn't have had a history lesson without John. So basically just displaying this on these panels that you can walk through in order to get to the next step of this journey. And as we move through, surrounded by these panels, you then reach the topographic map, which is also illuminated. So basically you're walking over this, similar to how you walk over some of the sites within the national park, and similar to when you're flying in, you're surrounded by these mountains, you're seeing it for the first time from an aerial perspective. So that's how you end walking over the topographic illuminated map. And this is suspended. And then ending up at the bar and cafe. So this is a space where you can either prepare for your hike or have a refreshment when you get back from your journey throughout the national park. Basically bring in these curvilinear elements once again, almost like an inserted interior, creating this ceiling that kind of wraps over and then down the wall. Soft furnishings, patterns and fabrics that match not only the colors of the park, but also these rock shapes that are kind of present within this one groundworks fabric. And then the light fixtures that also convey the same color story. And this from another angle to get an idea of how this implementation looks in the space. And then from outside, because the patio is one space where at the end of our tour throughout the building, we all ended up on the space and we all immediately gravitated towards these chairs and just enjoying this courtyard. And this kind of perspective gives a great view inside and to see how this illuminated installation looks. And that's the end of my project. I'd love to get y'all's feedback.
You can go back to another image.
I'll just go back to the start of the rendering. Is that way?
Yeah.
This one? Okay.
I guess I'm seeing this project more as sort of infrastructure to allow these temporary installations to occur, and I don't see this as something that's permanent. And I don't necessarily even see it as you as the designer designing that installation. It's more like you already showed us that this is actually a riff off of another artist's installation, right? So I can imagine what you're providing is the infrastructure of scaffolding to allow for artists to maybe occupy this space. And if I think about that question we were talking about earlier about, I think it's the last review about translation, like what you're taking from your studies and how that's going to transform the space, you grabbed onto this idea of color. And so I like the idea that somehow the colored light, that's your intervention, you know, how you allow that to kind of occur in the space and transform the space over time. And I think in relationship to that first image you showed us of the existing space that's all wood, and there were these sort of screens that are they're a little strange. You can tell me more about them, but it feels like it's almost like a time capsule. Like it's a video of a particular moment in this wilderness. Like we're there, we're present, like this is happening, but we've got video screens of like snapshots of nature. That's kind of, you know, a weird thing in itself, but that you showing that image kind of just made me think about like time, what's actually being represented in the space as something that's like, yeah, artificial, like representing something that's natural. Like you brought up those terms, I think earlier in your presentation, you wanted it to feel somewhat artificial or contrast. And I kind of see that in those kind of like those video screens. So I think there's something there. But yeah, I don't buy it as like you as a designer install the rock thing. Do you know what I mean? Like I see it more as like almost like you're creating a scaffolding or an infrastructure, and you're designing the light, and that's going to enable different opportunities and transformations of the space over time. And then you're showing us different instances of how this could occur. That's how I'm reading the project.
The light is very interesting. I think the question of abstraction is you're taking things from the environment and translating them to light. And so there's a connection, but it's not a literal connection. So I really like that. You know, there is a design studio called Cooking Sections that you should look up. And if you know Cooking Sections, they're from the UK, I think. And they do a lot of research about food, for example. And they have done this project where they have done research about how salmon is artificially dyed to meet people's expectations about how pink or orange salmon should be. And they actually like took all that they like sampled all the commercial dyes that are used in salmon farming and translated that to a color palette, and that became the exhibition, you know. And so all of a sudden, something that you could either taste or not even know about gets translated into spatial terms. And in a way, I think that that's also what you're doing. You're kind of taking, you're sampling color, you're sampling like minerals, maybe you're even like sampling sounds and kind of remixing them to become this other environment. I find that as that way of kind of reading it, or that's how I read your intention. That seems super interesting, and that makes me wonder if maybe rather than having text, maybe there are like speakers implanted within these rocks in the ceiling that are like motion activated, so that as you move, you get different sounds or different narratives, and that whole thing becomes this kind of like abstracted, but like really rigorously sampled kind of immersive experience of the environment, you know. And I like that could translate. I mean, you already did it in the cafe, that those kinds of colors and patterns kind of translate into textiles. And so I think this project almost takes abstraction in reverse. It's like it takes real things from the environment as inspiration and then brings them back into this interior as a kind of abstracted, like sampled, remix kind of experience. I think that's the potential of the project for me, the way that I understand it based on the presentation.
Thank you, Igor, because how I was trying to figure out how to verbalize my thoughts about work. And I think, by the same token, you as a designer are editing in a way, and I would like to see a little bit more of the wood and the nature and edited that a little bit differently and retain those components to provide an even stronger contrast with the artificiality that you presented here. And I like, and I think we'll also enhance the 3 points that you bring, and even more so with the visual or other sort of other media, perhaps maybe because I'm thinking about interpretive media for a project that I'm working on. But then with the sound coming from above, and so you feel like, you know, you're stargazing and something is on top of you, maybe a little bit oppressive, but, you know, also expansive. And then you go into the next space with the erosion, and maybe you're on these panels, it's not text, but like touch screens or something, and, you know, and another lighting that plays with the artificial nature of the colors and the things that you see here. And then by the same token, in the next space, because when you first started, I was like, okay, I feel an activity in stargazing, in erosion, those are active things. But then topography, you know, how is that different? And I like the forward, maybe even some movement in the floor, actually. So it's like a topographic map, that model that's present there in the building. And then what kind of interpretive or digital, whatever kind of media might enhance that space as well. What I did miss was in that kind of reflective space where you have, like, and I'm guessing that's a sofa, looking out into the glass in the, yeah, I would have liked to see a little bit more, or hear you talk a little bit more about that space.
At the end.
Yeah,
Here.
and,
Yeah, right here.
which is cool too, because then it like, especially if we're talking about different kinds of media, that reads like a big movie script. You know, but it's, so you're there, but the way that you have it framed, I like, because it's kind of artificial that way where it's movie script, but no, this is a real thing where you're about to go and immerse yourself in this, this environment.
And that was one of my intentions, was to just make that an entire open window. Because right now it was adjacent to the left, and one thing that, I mean, even just looking at it outside, it looked fake because it was so beautiful. So that's one thing I just wanted to frame that. So you go through this process of being kind of surrounded by these artificial, you know, things, lighting, and then, you know, man-made materials, and then seeing the actual real thing at the very end.
I think you can expand on that. I mean, I think the image is digital. It's already been mediated. So is it pixelated? Are you intervening within it? I mean, you're intervening in all these other ways as a designer. So the image too doesn't, you can also play with it, right? And it could also, there could also be this element of time. So maybe you're like playing with people's expectations in terms of what you see on the screen and what you see out the window. Maybe there's contrast, maybe there's a subtlety, like a subtle kind of difference that engages people and kind of slows down their perception. So they're like, wait, is it raining outside? Is, you know, like you could really play that up. And I think with materiality too, like a way to remix materials, it's like maybe these panels are made from like sawdust rather than like solid wood. And this gives you like agency to reshape them in a different way than what you would, how you would cut them in a lumberyard. You know, like there are all kinds of ways that you can really think about that. I'll just say one other thing and then I'll stop, I promise, which is that I don't think these scale figures help you. I think that you're trying to create an immersive environment and you're pulling us then out of it to present this kind of like comic strip aesthetic. And it feels like it's like I want to be in this image, but then the scale figure reminds me that, well, it's not real. You know, it's a kind of almost like not a caricature, but a kind of a cartoon of an idea. So I would also think about that, like each of these images is in service of conveying an idea, an experience. So like every single thing counts, including, and the scale figure is like 20% of this image. So it's, you know, so I would think about how to use that in a way that you can, that it helps you convey your ideas even further and deeper.
Something else that maybe that helps you present the scale, and I agree, because I know you're trying to present scale on one hand, but you know what that experience would be like. But I think the experience of the, you know, individual piece viewing your images and your design is even more helpful. And especially the lady sitting in the chair with her legs crossed, well, like you go somewhere, you feel like somebody's staring at you.
Yeah.
I think adding a page to in your presentation of the same image, and there might even be like live feed from the park that you could do this, like capturing the color changes, the subtle color changes. And like, if you see that over time, you'll actually see those color changes are actually really radical. And I could imagine those screens are actually kind of like changing and they're a real reflection of what's happening in the environment.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is that I think there's something static about this, that like, unfortunately, like the color is interesting, but it's a bit of a one-liner of like, there's these colors out there. And so I made all the lighting the color, but I wonder if there's a way to make that a little more dynamic, in that, what's interesting about being here is that, right now, as the air gets colder, the colors get more crisp, right? Because there's less moisture in the air, it's more, it's drier. And so, there's actually quite a bit of a difference in terms of like, even, to be, easier, like, our sunrise and sunset right now are insane compared to 5 months ago, because of what's happening in the climate and context here. And so I think like if there was a way that this actually changed, and so if you could, I kind of agreed with the first comment that like in some ways I see this as an armature. Maybe it's the story I'm inventing for myself for what this place could be is like, it's an armature for artists to come in and imagine how they see translating this to more of a or taking this landscape and making something that is a little bit more abstract out of sort of the same landscape. And if you have this container for people to present their perspective on the place, maybe the light is a way that is the common thread that moves through this. And that if that was more dynamic, and so an artist was forced to have to, depending on the time of the year or the climate, temperature, humidity, that these things were kind of changing or more dynamic and interactive with the landscape, I think that would be really intriguing. And just a couple of other points, like to me, I think that if this, I don't really buy the transition of the color to like the chairs. The chairs for me are super distracting in this image. It feels like it's like kind of a 70s punch house sort of feel. And I think if those actually were more subdued and these panels were really the elements, that feels far more effective to me, because it really places the emphasis on the color being this sort of dynamic shift that's happening through this digital technology, which could be pretty interesting. And then I also sort of just, seeing the way that you kind of presented in my perspective, a way that you could inhabit this with the rocks and stuff. The one thing just sort of on a technical standpoint is that you are under the rocks down this whole corridor, you have this experience, and then the real wow factor is to move into that circular space. But there's really nothing that's changed about how these rocks interact with the space. So I've sort of experienced it for 100 feet, and then I'm supposed to be wowed by experience that I've just had 100 feet of. So I think that's something just to think about as I think you should have left the ceiling really intimate and low there. And maybe it was the inverse or something. And then when you get to that space, you really feel the scale of the space and it's the opposite. But really speaking of thinking about like what happens there. And then there was a slight moment where I'm in the hallway and then I have to go out from underneath the rocks for like 10 feet. And then I go back into the rocks again. I think you just have to really, like, if that's something that you are sort of saying you're designing, I think you got to be really, really thoughtful about what that experience is.
Thank you.
I do like the idea that you are abstracting it though, and having it as a counter. I mean, having seen those exhibitions a lot that are in the current space, it's a little bit like, yeah, I know there are elk in these woods. Thank you for the photograph of them. So I think having something that does force you to kind of have a different perspective or think about the space in a different way is far more compelling to me in terms of setting up that experience with the nature than sort of just showing me what I'm going to hopefully try to go find in the wilderness.
Thank you.
All right. We good? Hello, I can take this. My name is Christopher Sanchez. I am a dual degree, Bachelor's of Architecture and Bachelor's of Science in Architectural Engineering. So this interior design project was very fun. This is just a hybrid drawing that I did. I like to think in drawing, so drawing perspectives is a theme that happens throughout. So we can start with the existing LSR and its site. As you can see, it's that gray block down there. Sits about a mile southeast of Phelps Lake, which is where we actually took a trail to. And it's about short walks east of the parking lot, which is reserved for the LSR. Additionally, as you approach from the east side from the parking lot into the building, you get this view of the south-ish side of the LSR as it blends in kind of with the Grand Tetons in the back. And then lastly, as exists, the LSR is like a transition space between the nature and city life as you go for a natural internal experience before you go on a walk. So when I was designing this, I focused mostly on the intersection of materials and how those materials create contrast that ultimately spark interest within the senses. Which I noticed was actually part of the thesis of the original LSR. They had some exhibitions that were touch related as well as hearing related, which I thought was very interesting. Ultimately, before I go through the building, you'll see that the basement floor, the bottom floor has been extended from the original plan. It's a little bit larger than it was before. And it is mostly characterized by vertical elements, intense lighting, darkness, and a cooler atmosphere in general. Whereas the ground floor is mostly characterized by horizontal elements, which perpetuate views as well as light and clarity. So just looking into a couple material studies, or I guess pattern studies that we did at the beginning of the semester, I was really interested in how the intersection of two materials creates a void or creates a mass between the two. And this is just some more look at the site, the surrounding site. It's kind of beautiful. I really appreciated it. So this is how the LSR exists today. This little green, there's a 4-foot clear crawl space that I kind of dropped down, which eventually houses my exhibition spaces, I should say. And then the northern wall of the top, the ground floor was butted out about 6 feet in order to extenuate the view that you get from that north side. And this is how I interpreted the new LSR plan. So the programs are numbered in order of basically how the circulation is meant to go. So beginning at here at 1, we get to the reception, down into this listening gallery, over into the other exhibition spaces, which lead to in the this upstairs into the observation room, which funnels down into the art auction, which is what I would consider my retail space, and then ultimately into the secondary programs like offices. And then the auditorium and bar are kind of just the public spaces that reside in the northwest corner. So entering the reception area, I really thought that the reception area desired or forced people downstairs through a vertical move that I did that contrasts the tile from white to black, which pull you into this corner here, which leads into the next space. So initially you get pulled into the space with these light elements, and ultimately you're getting sucked down into the exhibition space, which is coming next. Some things I did here, kind of playing with how vertical and horizontal we're going to interact, because of the reception space was kind of a transition between the ground floor to the basement level. So it had to incorporate both elements in order for it to work well. And that leads us into the first exhibition, which I consider the touch gallery. Looking into the future, I see, or looking into the existing LSR, we see the touch, this thing down here is a brass handrail that kind of runs along the edge of the touch exhibit, to where whatever you're seeing, you kind of get to experience, which I kept from the existing LSR. I just moved it down into the basement. Still important. Which leads us into the second exhibition space, which is where a lot of my vertical elements came in, especially towards lighting these exhibitions. They come all the way from the second story, as seen in this kind of little section near the light well that runs all the way down, that gives light to all of these rock exhibitions. When I was viewing the rock exhibition, I thought that they could be kind of like incorporated into like the living element of things. So the rock exhibitions are morphed with their natural environment, and they grow naturally. Looking into the second exhibition space, I was really interested in how black light could play with rocks and make rocks glow fluorescently, which is something we learned throughout the semester, or I guess one part of the semester. And I thought it was really interesting for people to know that as they walk through the space and learn about rocks and geology. Another part of the gallery at the end, I wanted to play with the light well and see how it could create more like an internal experience, with one observing a Teton, kind of like a preview of what the next view is, which is what I call the view, which is this one right here. So after you exit the exhibition in the basement, you emerge to the northern side of the building that has a great view of the Grand Tetons. That's me at the Grand Tetons. We went there, I traveled there to the studio, and thought it was great. And I kind of liked how the light cascaded downwards while providing a great horizontal view of the Tetons themselves. And here's how I could play with light on the interior to kind of affect the experience that you have on the exterior. That's how those kind of differ. Finally, as we enter through the hallway, we get to the cafe bar. That's how I call it. To the south side, there's like a courtyard area with a lot of natural trees and stuff that they planted, landscapes. And then to the northern side, there is the great view of the Grand Tetons that I'm hiding for now, as we look at the things that more point towards it. So looking at the bar, we see that a lot of horizontal elements are kind of guiding you towards that northern view, which is this. So when you sit down, you have your drink, designed as furniture that kind of faces this giant window wall that takes up the northern side of the LSR, bringing you into the ultimate experience. some secondary programs that weren't rendered are like this auditorium downstairs, and it stacks right below the cafe. That was just shown. And then this is like a hybrid drawing that I did. Thank you. I like. This is pretty cool.
So where's this black and white stone coming from?
So the
Yeah, right.
we're all stone comes from
What's it? Yeah.
So initially I was viewing it as like a local marble material that comes out of Wyoming. And I use the white in that sense, but the black is kind of just the inverse of what I use for the white.
I'm wondering
So it's
if,
not a
like,
specific
I don't,
stone.
I mean, there's like moments in it that I really like when it's used, but I think it's maybe overdone. Like that first image, it feels like it's an interior lobby of that, that's like a New York City, kind of like
Mm.
high
Very
rise.
urban, yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder, like, can the black serve you as like the moments that you're carving in, like you talked about this 4-foot depression, like that seems interesting that becomes kind of all black. There are moments, I like that, the light aspect that you were talking about.
Mhm.
So like I want to use like more intentionally,
Right.
kind of like, it's nice in some of your images because you don't read seams, right? Like
Mhm.
I can't tell where that edge corner, you know, and that's the kind of powerful moment, but when I see it as this kind of like tile condition, I can't move by, you know, what I mean? Like it feels so like bachelor pad. But then, you know, I think it's super thoughtful how you've kind of like walked us through and then kind of like, you know, hide and reveal certain moments
Mhm.
of the view. So I think you're being really thoughtful. I'm just like, I kind of want you to reconsider the overuse of that material.
Okay.
I would have to say I thought the same thing in the reception area. Even I felt in a boutique hotel or something
Mhm.
here. And maybe a transition from the outside and the greens and all of the natural colors to the black marble that might be in the darker depressed or kind of cavernous spaces in the basement. Would be a green, maybe even in between the marble, especially because national parks are green and parks which is very particular about their green that they use. And so that might be one suggestion as well. I have the same comment and response reaction to.
I mean, I really like your project. I saw it a few weeks ago, and I think you've done a really good job distilling a concept about light and dark and contrast throughout. And I mean, I think, yeah, like the materials, that would be kind of I think you did a really good first pass at materiality so that your concept holds up. I think that now you could probably go add more specificity to it and be critical of your own choices and trying to retain this kind of intended contrast through different material means, like, you know, but I think you did what you kind of set out to do. And I really appreciate that there's a kind of a connection between your early kind of sketches, which kind of looked at both light and dark, but also figure ground.
Mhm.
And that gets translated in different ways. It gets translated into how you light different spaces. It gets translated into whether you're like above ground or below ground, and it gets translated through materiality. So, I mean, I think this is like the kind of the proof of concept, like you had a concept and you carried it all the way through. So I really commend you to that. I commend you for that. I think this question of like, kind of balancing, like creating an immersive experience that doesn't already exist at the site, and at the same time being kind of like contextually appropriate, like that's kind of a difficult thing to kind of get right. But I think it's important to just kind of know that it's an important part of the conversation. But I mean, I think you could, I think that could be figured out, but I appreciate the consistency of it. And so for a project that's in a way so respectful of the original building, in some ways, you have managed to provide an experience that's like very, very different from what you would expect to find within the interior or at that kind of site.
Yeah. I like the fact that you put stuff in the basement. I think there's an intentionality about spaces above being about connecting to the landscape and then sort of removing that component, or in some regards, a distraction from the things that you want to focus on as part of the exhibition. So I think there's kind of a really nice balance between that. I definitely agree with the corporate office sort of lobby comment. In that I think you can be more intentional about that. And you know, I think the light and the dark, the marble is a little bit like, maybe this should be granite, or some way that you really make a stronger connection to the place. You know, there's a lot of ways to sort of start to do this, whether it's light and dark, or you know, honed versus the actual, like, you know, feeling of what that granite feels like on the exterior before you polish it and make it really smooth and refined. The one thing that really kind of stuck out to me on this image that I think would be good for you to think about is that 12 by 24 tile size feels real Home Depot. And I is that, you know, I think you want to be really, it's something that there's a first thing I saw, and I think you want to be really intentional about that. You know, your project is going to be all about the intentionality. All those details really matter. So I think you really got to take it to that level of like, well, what is it? Is it smaller because what am I trying to do with that decision? It feels very important. And then I love the sort of how dramatic the imagery is and stuff. I think you did a really nice job of kind of illustrating the feeling or mood that you're trying to present in each one of these spaces, which I think is, you know, I remember seeing your cabin project, and there was a lot of this, there was a similar commonality in terms of like, it was dark and there was a sort of an intentionality about that. But like if you go to the image with the you know, the white box and the view out, you know, this would have been a really great moment for me, you know, and this is maybe a stretch too much for the project at this stage or the amount of time yet. I would have really loved how you were going to accomplish this, like taking one of these elements and explaining how you're going to create this super dark room, and then really like emphasize this, you know, there's a really strong line with where the light doesn't bleed out into this room. That's actually really hard to do. And so really taking one step further to say, here's how I intend to really solve this problem would have been really interesting. I don't think you need to do that on the whole project, but this particular image is so sort of, you know, it makes me think that I'm walking through a completely black room, and then there's this one bump out in the back of this room that the whole thing is about, and everything else is sort of stripped away. So really trying to understand how to accomplish that, I think would be really valuable, because it would teach you a couple of things. That this needs to be really like, you need to really want this, and it's pretty hard to accomplish. And if you can do it well, it's like James Turrell, you know, if you can really make that go to a point, those sky spaces are amazing. If you don't do that all the way, then it's like, you know, cool, interesting idea, but didn't get there. And so I think this is a really important example of a lot of decisions you made in the project, that having that level of refinement on at least one of these would be really valuable to sort of see that you're working through how you're really going to accomplish that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really cool. I mean, I think I agree that, you know, you had a concept that appears and you really kind of stuck to that. And there's a real value in that rigor.
Yeah, I like that last final comment. I think you could actually do these really interesting, like, perspectival tests.
Mhm.
Where you're cutting like slits around the perimeter of that to allow the natural light to pour in. And you're dealing with like the edge in a really kind of like masterful way to kind of conceal the thickness. It could be a lot of fun.
Mhm.
I want to also just commend you, because I love just the fact that you thought through sketching so often over the course of the semester. And I think your sketches really always embodied the quality that you were seeking to create. And I think that that's like that little roughness of the sketches. You can use that as a way to think that next level about your materiality. You know, like, you know, when you're sketching and something has that kind of texture, like, maybe it's an investigation, in the future, like what are 4 tile options that kind of have that textural quality that I think you were seeking always in your drawings, and it didn't quite land in the Rhino version of that, and you did a really great and thoughtful job. So thank you. Right.
We won't tell anybody that view is actually from the other side of the valley, though.
Actually, Photoshop the mountains in the back and the trees.
Oh, you added the mountains?
Well, it was actually just there was like a tree photo and then there was a mountain photo. I was like, I know how to make this 10 times better. Bigger mountains, bigger trees.
Yeah, you transported this building to Kelly, I think, to take this picture.
It's a nice area.
Yeah.
It's actually really funny, like Sejima just remade Samaritaine department store in Paris, which traditionally has this amazing view of the river at the Seine. But because developer basically like cut the building in half and the front of the building is now all hotel rooms, so the best view, the department store doesn't get a view. And so when you get to what's supposed to be like this amazing view of the Seine, it's like the video screen of the actual view that you would see. And I don't, I have such mixed feelings about it, because kind of like, that's clever, but it's also kind of like cynical. It's sort of like these shoppers are like exhausted from spending too much money, or they don't know what to do, and there's all this like cushy furniture. It's kind of like this, but more comfortable. And they're looking at this sort of like the image that you would get on the other side. So I could also imagine this being
Projected.
that. It's like, yeah, the wrong view, but we have an image. It's like a live stream.
Yeah, it's actually funny because so many projects here are so focused on this concept of like, oh, well, do I have a view of the Grand or the Tetons? And everything becomes so much about that it's fetishized in some ways. And it's really interesting to see how much it shapes the architecture or the design, from at least the client perspective. And so what we find ourselves trying to do is sort of like, there are really amazing views, but the irony of this is like the Grand doesn't look like the Grand at all from this perspective. Like that's the view directly across when you see it in sort of its true profile, and you get the curved kind of edge to the southern ridge. That doesn't actually exist on this site. And so it's sort of a funny thing that I think we have to wrestle with working. So I just bring it up because it's like what everybody wishes they had, but almost nobody has it.
Thank you.
You have to do a new start or
Hello, my name is Caitlin. This is actually my last semester of my MArch degree. So it's my last project last semester. Kind of sad about that, but very, very grateful to have finished with such an amazing project. So really hope you guys enjoy. So we began the semester. The name of the studio is ARI Rocks. So interior design rocks. Like it was all about studying and investigating rocks and geological processes. And so we just spent a lot of time drawing. Every Friday we would have a new site visit and we would just go somewhere and sketch rocks and really just become inspired by their textures and their patterns. So from that initial investigation, we just went on to pattern making, really drawing from those drawings, from what we were learning, and trying to see how we could make it into a textile, how we could make it into anything we wanted to. Me personally, I drew from it just this idea of these like artificial landscapes, and just like creating something artificial from something natural, and letting that inform the design process. And so from our investigations, we then moved on to furniture studies. And I was particularly interested in just the aesthetic of the geology and of the rocks and of the form making and the shapes that they created. And I did a lot of different castings and experimentations and really enjoyed that. And so from there, initially I had thought my projects would go in the direction of some sort of concrete or casting, but I was kind of challenged to think about other materials, other ways of applying this. And so from there, I went to, there it goes, using digital tools, and I CNC'd the stack of plywood using a digital scan, using photogrammetry. I scanned a rock, got it into the computer, cropped it, and then just CNC'd it out of plywood. And because I used plywood and because there was all this layering, there was really just like this beautiful texture that arose. And really everyone that sees the model just thinks it's a landscape, and in a way it is, but it's actually just the face of a rock. And I believe, Hannah earlier was talking about the different scales and how similar things are at different scales. And so, a giant landscape is also something that's found on just the side of a rock. And so from there, our first project was the JY Ranch. And we were just kind of reimagining what a log cabin could be. And so rather than keep with the traditional cylindrical log form, just thought about what would that look like with today's technology and with today's capabilities. Like, what if wood was formed and made rather than to be like wood, but to be like this rock and geological process. And that was kind of like a fun investigation, and I plan to carry forward just like that idea of scanning rocks and letting that inform the design and the space itself. But from there, I was really challenged to think about like how do you take this material, like how do you take this idea of the mountain that you're bringing inside, and if you want to go to a mountain, just go to a mountain, but if you're going to be inside of a building, like how is that reimagined, how is that reinterpreted? And so at first I was beginning to think about it in terms of like fabric. What if fabric, recreated fabric from the mountain? Although there were some like technical difficulties with just like fabric not holding its shape and really creating that texture and that stiffness required for recreating those geological shapes and patterns. And so this is where I started, and I wound up somewhere a little bit different, which we'll get to in a minute. But just looking at the LSR building, this is kind of the end of the building. There's this beautiful soundscape that I unfortunately demolished, but it's really beautiful like moment of arrival. And so I tried to maintain just the structure and just like the prominence of this piece. I tried to keep that at least. This is another beautiful part of the building. Right now, it's just being used for ranger headquarters, but I really feel like it has this nice, homey living room environment that I really tried to carry forward when I reimagined the space as a cafe. And then again, just another view of the existing interiors with just a beautiful view of the mountains in the background. And this will eventually become the rocks and mineral space exhibition. So here's the existing site plan. It's a very intentional strategy. Parking is limited. We had a very hard time trying to get parking. People literally have to wait in order to get a space, so that it's just very private, and it's very limited in its capacity. And it's also just like people have mentioned, it's meant to be a spiritual type place. And so like I think of the pathways as being very zen. They kind of move around and beyond the building. And it's kind of like this optional, if you want to come and like hang out, like it's just very laid back and fluid. And so I kind of took it in a little bit of a different direction. And then I just like created this like arrival, and like I don't give people a choice, like you are gonna enter this building and you are gonna enjoy it. And just like blew up the parking. I want lots of people to come and experience and enjoy it. And so kind of a different strategy from the initial one. So just giving a little bit of a sense of context of what's going on in the background. With both this is the eastern elevation facing west, you get a beautiful view of the Tetons. And then also when you're south facing northward, another like great view. And then kind of the front of the building really just kind of fronts like a this big beautiful field, and then like the parking has been strategically hidden using a lot of like beautiful foliage and trees, but the main point being just that the beautiful views that you're going to get are really on the back side of the building, and the front side kind of faces an empty field, and then also just the parking lot. So floor plan of the existing, as I mentioned, this is the soundscape, which does get converted into the entryway in my building. And then this is just like the main gallery spaces, which really work well, and really just kind of decided to concentrate my building on the front of the lot primarily. And then again, this is just being used as headquarters, and does get converted into a cafe in my building. So just really trying to concentrate all the program to the front intentionally. It's where you arrive. It's also meant to be what I consider more introspective. You're there to be inside, you're there to experience what's inside, and the views to the exterior are somewhat limited. And if there are views, it's kind of just like like I said, just like an open field to the front. Whereas to the back, that's where you have you've completed your view of the rocks and mineral, and you kind of meander through the retail, maybe take some rocks with you to go home, or souvenirs of Grand Teton. I think a lot of us did that when we were there. And then the cafe is really at the furthest point from the entry. It's at the back of the building. And it's really, to me, just one of the most beautiful rooms in the space. It's just like great open views to the mountains, beautiful foliage. And so that's really where I wanted people to end up at the end of their experience, is in this cafe, drinking their coffee and enjoying the beauty of the nature around them. So for my intervention, I did do quite an extensive amount of excavation. There is currently this basement in existence. And then my understanding is that it's kind of like a pier and beam structure. So there is a basement underneath of it. Currently, it's unclear how deep that is. I would imagine some additional excavation may be required to complete this, but then again, depending on how deep it is, you might not have to. But it is expanding the footprint either way. Really, since it's appealing to a larger audience, just like expanded the restroom capacity. I think right now there's just one in the whole building, although there's some beautiful exterior restrooms on site as well. And then just have some like intentional about having accessible access both to the auditorium and to the rock and mineral exhibit, so that everyone can enjoy the experience equally. So here's a section through the space, and I would say there's kind of like three main parts of the project. And that's the auditorium, the exhibit space, and then the cafe. And I wanted each to have a unique experience. I would say the main exhibit space is something I would call like through. You're going through the valley, you're going through the mountain. And then the auditorium, you're kind of like hovering above it. And then the cafe, I wanted the experience to really be focused on the views surrounding you. So I kept the experience mainly above the user so that they could look up and enjoy it, but also look out and enjoy nature. And so just some sections showing how the space is imagined to be inhabited and experienced. So taking a look at the auditorium first, we went to Yellowstone and we were encouraged to draw inspiration both from the Tetons and from Yellowstone. And so when experiencing the Grand Prismatic Springs, you're kind of on this boardwalk hovering above the space and looking down into just beautiful hot springs and geothermal pools. And so in a similar fashion, this really space is meant to be experienced from above. It's something, you walk on, you sit on, and just like very simple, very informal auditorium space. And then the Rocky Mineral exhibit space was largely inspired by the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone. That to me was probably like the most powerful and moving experience I had while at Yellowstone. Just like the sense of scale, the sense of your own insignificance. It's just very awe-inspiring. It's very beautiful to experience. And there are trails that lead down into it. And I really wanted to kind of recreate that experience on a very minor scale, but so using some of the initial furniture investigations, just this, the reception and the lobby, and then you enter into the rock and mineral exhibit. From here, you go down into the space, and this kind of a view looking back up at the lobby. And transparency was really key. I did wind up going with glass instead of the fabric, and I realized that's a bold choice. But I was looking at the work of, I believe it's Danny Lane, and he just has some like very beautiful glass sculptures that use this kind of contouring and layering effect that I wanted to investigate and explore. And so just transparency was key. Really with an experience like this, if it's concrete or something solid and opaque, it's going to be a little bit imposing. And so really tried to capture that luminance. And so while in the kind of the valley, you're walking through it, there might be some open display cases, things that you can walk through and experience. Really the primary exhibit is going to be behind the scenes, and some kind of like walk behind the curtain, so to speak. It really is meant to be this kind of, what you can't experience at the actual mountain is going like inside of it. So there's like a certain idea of traveling behind the scenes. When you see a lot of like rocks and geology, they're kind of like split in half, and you're getting to see the range, you're getting to see the inside of it, you're getting to learn more about its makeup. And so that's really just like the intention behind this. And so kind of as you're exiting the main space, you kind of enter the retail space and can kind of look back on your journey and where you've been and like wave at all the people. And then also just like letting those like initial studies of map making and like artificial topography creating, like letting that inform like experientially how you would move through a floor plan and through a space. And then just you would end your experience at the cafe. This is an image taken on Mormon Row. And so I kind of like dubbed the cafe Aspen Row, just from like, those are the main colors I remember from our time in Jackson. It's just like the beautiful aspens contrasting with the pines. And the wood, of course, as well. So introducing potentially skylights into the space. Really throughout a lot of it, I've tried to maintain the existing beautiful structure. And so I feel like a skylight would just like kind of further accentuate that structure in a new way. And also just like to let light filter through this beautiful glass bar. And then just a view of the cafe and this light fixture, as well as like the retail space, was just like really generated and created using a lot of those like initial investigations you saw at the beginning of just like finding those geological patterns and then letting them inform the design. And so I'll just end with this picture of the model, as well as the display cases. I realized in a lot of the renderings, there's just kind of a uniform shelving. The intention is that they would be modular, that there would be some flexibility to change them and to modify them according to what the exhibit requires. And thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm gonna just put some, if I can. Let's see, stop share. Share screen.
Yeah, we do those side pops.
See if that loads.
I think if you click the down,
This one? There it goes. So I'll just go with that filter through while we talk.
Well, okay, I'll start. Let's start. A really nice project. What I really appreciate about it is that there's a clarity to there is a clear distinction between what is this kind of like existing container and then what you're putting inside of it. And I really like this is probably my favorite image because it really kind of elevates the existing architecture, but also allows the existing architecture to be a kind of an armature for something very different to happen within it. And I couldn't help but think about like Joseph Beuys's like felt sculptures, because even though you wanted this kind of like transparency and translucency, it does seem like this could also be these like stacks of felt that would have this like beautiful like acoustical sort of quality to it as well. I mean, I agree with you that there is something very sort of mesmerizing and alluring about this kind of suggested transparency. There is like Roland Snooks of Kukuja, it's an Australian architect who does a lot of kind of full scale 3D printing work, has like 3D printed kind of pieces like yours that have the same kind of translucency that you're looking for, but it's not a stacked material like manually, it's stacked through the virtue of 3D printing. So that might be kind of an interesting direction if you're interested in the kind of constructability of this, and to kind of see whether it's made kind of mechanically or digitally. This question of like how pieces aggregate to make a larger whole is an interesting one. Like maybe there's another layer of refinement where like the seams between these chunks are actually very intentional. That could also be an opportunity for this kind of like thread of lighting to come through. But I think that there's a lot of potential in terms of how this could develop towards something constructible, even though in some ways it seems somewhat fantastical, given the kind of material choice that it's made for now.
Yeah.
One just last thing that I'll say about it is that the status of standalone furniture is somewhat ambiguous to me, because I'm not sure if it, oh, I love that too. I want to say something about that floor too. Maybe I won't, so others can speak. But the status of the furniture is not clear to me. It seems like it's trying to take on the properties of both the existing architecture and the new intervention. But I'm not 100% sure, like in this image, like it kind of works, but I still question it. And so I don't know if it becomes clearly like a third element or if it kind of takes sides a little bit. But I think where it gets kind of cushy and blobby like the installation, it seems like a little bit bit of a distraction to me, but I understand why you're doing it in terms of like comfort and.
It might be
Yeah.
okay if you reduce the amount, because it feels a little overscale and there's just too much of it in that space. So that's a quick, just kind of like iterate on how much you need, but yeah, it is a little awkward. So, yeah.
Yeah, but the places in the project where it's clear what the two parts are, the wood and this other, I think that's really very compelling.
Yeah, I was thinking with the same thing about the material, and I think it would be great to be the glass in some moments, but you have to go solid in certain moments with that stair, like, you know, you just have to, so that you can kind of like walk. Did you imagine that was glass too?
Potentially.
Yeah, that was thinking, like, if you had to like resolve two different materials, like that becomes kind of exciting how you deal with that corner conditioner, that edge. And what was exciting about that stair too, is like on one side, it's because like how you're doing rhino texture mapping or whatever, there's this kind of like seamlessness, and on the other side, it's just like there's like a seam, like it's not continuous. And I would kind of like take that on, like, do you want to exploit the artificiality of that? Or are you trying to make this as seamless as possible? Like, so those kind of like detailed edge conditions. Can I just ultimately step back? This is like a great project. But I think it's so nice to end your career as a student on this project. For me, it was like the first moment that I could understand the link between those sketch studies that everyone has been doing to like the evolution of the project. So I just want to thank you for sharing that with us, and even like the Friday field trips to draw rocks. Like there was this kind of like insight into the studio that I haven't gotten before you presented. So I just wanted to thank you. And it's like so nice that you were doing these kind of model tests, like really great. Yeah, and there's just like there's a quality of the rendering, like I want to touch it, like, you know, so then like there's some parts of that furniture like I want to lean on, I want to like feel it, like, you know, when you're in like a high-end retail store, you want to touch the sweater. And so I would like, you know, take that like intuition from like the rendering, like, oh, what would the material choice be that it would actually be surprising when I touch it, or it is soft, or like maybe they could be clues to where you would change from glass to felt or to fabric or something like that. And then I'll shut up after this, but like there's another really great moment where the structure begins to dissolve because you carry the installation past it, and it has this kind of like ghostly quality. So yeah, what happens at that point?
Yeah.
It's like super nice. So
And it's also nice where you see the existing
Yeah.
structure. I really appreciate the kind of that
Right.
as well.
right, so just like it's like the whole project of just like those edges and like, you know, like how would you see that through? Nice.
Yeah, I enjoyed this project as well, and just the overall completeness and cohesiveness of it. And another one of my hats in the School of Architecture is historic preservation. And so the fact that you preserve a lot of the structure and you're very clear about what some of those edges are. But in the same way, it's also very playful, but really ethereal in some places where you have the glass. Because in some of these spaces, I don't even feel like it's glass. And one of my favorite views is where you're talking about coming out of the space and having that view back. And I kind of almost wanted to go back in because it's glass and it's very cozy and soft. Like it could be, you know, felt or something else. So I really enjoyed that. And then the way that the lighting comes into different areas, and it will be different times of day and whatnot. So I like it. I'm mesmerized on talking right there. It's great. So I really enjoyed that as well. With the furniture, I agree on the maybe less would be one way to solve that problem. But I also would have liked to see you expand on the furniture study and that materiality and how you could expand that particular material or technique, or, you know, blow it up a little bit with the furnishings, which seem a little bit more kind of mundane in that area. And just in the same way that you really taken on some of the other qualities and the materiality and expressiveness of the design into the furnishings from that initial study as well.
I have to agree. I think this is an excellent project. I really like it. I think it's absolutely critical that you left the building as it is, because it's the tension between this sort of sculptural element and this sort of fairly, tectonic building that makes it really successful. So I think you also did a really excellent job of choosing the image, like specifically around the main space, choosing the right views to make that evident. So we were talking a little bit about the images doing a lot of work for you in the narrative you're trying to craft earlier. And this is a good example of where the images actually really support the story you're trying to tell in a good way. I mean, I'll also say whether this was a time-based thing or an intentional thing, the fact that you don't have any exhibit in here is better, in my opinion, because I think it would have brought a reality to this project that would have, souring it is the wrong term, but it just would have been like, oh yeah, to display some rectilinear thing in front of this is going to be really challenging. And so I think like the selective editing of not having that stuff is actually really powerful. And part of what I would maybe even say by looking at this is that maybe this is the, this is the exhibit. Maybe there isn't really a rock in front of it on a shelf. I mean, it's powerful enough that I think that's important. I would also ask you, I wonder if there's any moment in time where and I think it has to be very subtle, but where this sort of the true nature of the project, does it ever reveal itself on the exterior? I mean, that would be the next question I have for you, is it just look like a very simple and tectonic building on the outside, and not until you go in do you really understand what's happening? Or is there a glimpse of this that is intriguing? I mean, I think you've been very thoughtful about sort of the process and the procession in the building. And I wonder what it's like to get from the parking lot to the building. And do you ever kind of get a sense of what's happening? There's a great project by Snowetta, the Reindeer Pavilion observation, which has this very amorphic thing inside of this very simple box, a lot of glass, but you do see it. It doesn't really present itself on the outside, but there is a little bit of an indication of what's happening before you arrive. And maybe it's just a very beautiful entry condition, sort of like your stair, where you kind of sculpt this moment out that gives you a piece of this. But I think that could be another place to take this. And yeah, I think it's really well done project, and it's great.
I think about the display, like I think here as a kind of podium, it makes sense. I'm a little bit less convinced by shelving, especially where the shelving runs counter to the topo lines. I almost feel like because this landscape can formally do anything, that it could also like kind of hold rocks in a way. And I mean, if it is glass, like display cases are made of glass, so your whole installation is basically this gigantic display case where you could have these dings and kind of pockets within it that can kind of hold as an armature. Yeah, that actually, so then you have rocks that are kind of arrayed along these surfaces the way that like pebbles and seashells array like across the sand, across like a beach. That it could also, that could be another sort of like micro layer to this.
And then the two-sided nature is nice because you did a silhouette on one side
and the thing itself, yeah, that could be really, really beautiful.
Yeah, my only regret is not having more time to develop this further. I totally agree with you. That would
No,
be
but
an
I mean, I
amazing
think-
investigation.
Yeah, I think what's really great is that your story is being told by the physical material investigation and artifact. And so that's what's aspirational about your project, is the things that you're making, not just the things that you're like dreaming up in your head but you haven't yet done, so that's really, really commendable.
And I don't know what your plans are after graduation, but I mean, sometimes it's this weird leeway moment, like just apply for grant, get some money and do a little mock-up and like do an installation of it.
That would be cool. That would be nice.
I do think though that the fact that you didn't have more time in some ways is kind of great in this moment because as you just heard, like everybody dreaming about what this can be, just saying that from a standpoint of like, as a tactic to present your idea, to give a little space for people to find themselves in this project is what's making this a really engaging conversation. And so I don't know if you did that intentionally, but I think it's a really strong move. And part of it, I kind of appreciate that. And you can claim it if you did it. You just say, yeah, I did that on purpose.
That's actually it. All right.
Great job.
Thank you, guys. Yep, so that is our last,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah, so that is our last presentation for the morning session. Danny, our guest critic, I don't know if you have any takeaway comments on the work before we take an afternoon break. I do really want to thank Prospect Studio and John, Danny, everyone that's been involved. I know that the students have really valued having your input across the semester. So thank you for all the time that you've done. So.
It's been a pleasure. We've thoroughly enjoyed it, and as a new practice, it's great to have this type of the work and thoughtfulness, and you know, quite frankly, some of the naivety of students, which we love, bringing a little, you know, it allows us to kind of, you know, remember that it's not just solving problems. Sometimes you gotta dream a little bit more. So. It's been a pleasure from our end, and I think I was very impressed with the projects. I think that the sensitivity to the approach and you know, just the thoughtfulness was good, and I like the breadth and sort of different approaches was fun to see. I can imagine the conversations were dynamic. I mean, the Rural Studio director used to always talk about he was at the AA when you had a lot of different people, and it's about the spectrum of those conversations about people being on one end versus the other that really creates a fruitful sort of discussion and dialogue. And so to see projects at various spectrums and ends of the spectrum in terms of how they approach the building and what they're thinking about what this should be is, I can imagine the conversations were really are fun in this studio. So. Thank you for including us, and please stop by and have a coffee with us if you find yourselves in Jackson.
And as a program, we really appreciate your involvement, and we'll have to find a way to bring you down here sometime.
Yeah, it would be wonderful. We'd love that.
All right, well then I guess we'll take a break. Thank you, guest critic, for joining us. All right, thank you.
Thank you. See you guys. Good luck.
All right, well. Sorry. No, you're fine. Well, I'll introduce our guest critics to the rest of you. We have Clay Odom, who I think everyone here knows. We have Maria Feliz, who's also faculty here. We have Mala Vasudevan, all right, good, who is a recent graduate of the MID program. Thank you, and also congratulations on your new position.
Thank you.
Baldrige Arts, yeah. And then we have a very special guest critic, Robin Osler, that's joining us from New York, who has a pretty infamous lineage in architecture, and has her own firm and is also teaching at City College. So we are really excited to have you here. All right, well then I think Paulina is going to lead us off. Right. So essentially you just need to do share screen.
Hi, my name is Paulina. I'm a third-year graduate student on the interior design program. My project is called A Loop of Nature, and in general, it's a project that intends to provide the users the opportunity to immerse themselves in a couple of interiorities that will lead them to appreciate rocks and minerals. Visitors will enter a specific path to navigate the exhibition areas. And really the loop is about exhibiting the characteristics, textures, and colors of the minerals. And so the idea, one of the main ideas is that this loop will reflect the irregularity and living concepts often found in nature. And so this is first look at that loop that consists of 7 closed spaces that overall intend to create a neutral environment. So the rocks and minerals can really be the protagonists of the colors and textures. And the site, the building that we are intervening is the Lawrence Rockefeller Presence Center in Grand Teton National Park. This is the existing conditions of the building, a couple of views of the interior, and the overall context of the site, and all the views that we have surrounded. And really the existing conditions is this L-shaped building. I guess starting from the inspiration, since we started studying a couple of rocks and minerals throughout the semester, to me, one of the things that inspired me to design the project was the layering concept and how irregular nature is in general. So these are a couple of shots of that, and then as I mentioned, to me it was important to preserve the natural environment in terms of materiality and color, because I really wanted the rocks and minerals to be at least in the semi-enclosed spaces of the loop to be really the ones that people will appreciate. And so my color and material palette is really taking inspiration from the sedimental deposits as the geological inspiration, and I'm using different wood tones and also rammed earth that is intended to be formed from layers of the sediments that can be found in granititos, limestone, and other ones that basically have colors that can go from sand to browns. And one of the other things that I was intended to have for the project is the indoor and outdoor relationships. And in the case of the loop, where is the exhibition spaces, those are really more private and more intended to be for the rocks. But other places like the offices or the speaker area and the cafe for the people visiting the building are more open to the views that we have. And in terms of the program, I added a couple of areas to that L shape that the existing geometry had. And in general, I am proposing, it's mainly about the exhibition spaces, but it also is proposing having a retail space, cafe / bar, and also an office area that is also meant to have like a little lab space for people to work with their rocks. And thinking about the layering concepts, one of the things that I was interested in is working with that transition between exterior and interior. And I found an opportunity to do that with the flooring. I'm proposing to have that layering and irregularity to affect the interior, but it also can affect the exterior. And it's just about that transition. And it's what I'm proposing is wood, but it has different warm tones. And yeah. This is a view to the reception coming to the from this area, and then you get a glance to the little speaker area behind where we have that view. And then the section that is showing that part of that loop, and how I am proposing to have this cafe area in between. And also I have these in between spaces that were more intended to be flexible for bigger rocks or bigger minerals to be exhibited. This is one look at those in between spaces, and how those are more open to the site as well. And then the cafe area, for these areas that were more in contact with people, in a way I wanted the visitors to feel more in contact with that, like organic or layering feeling. This is a view to the corner of the cafe, that you will also get the views to the mountains. And this is a view from a little bit like just entering the cafe and bar area. And also the loop was planned to be, or to follow the rock cycle, starting with indigenous rocks, going through then to sedimentary, and finishing with metamorphic. And then this is this is where the part of the loop ends. And then we get a glance of the retail area that I'm proposing behind that. And then just a small glance at the little speaker area. And then the retail area, as I mentioned, in these areas like the cafe and the speaker and the retail, I wanted to be able to connect with the site more. So I'm proposing to have these windows where you also have rocks or souvenirs to sell for the people visiting the project. And this is the last slide that I have, and then it's just showing a couple of shots of the overall project. And yeah, I'm really happy to hear any comments that you may have.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On your, I'm assuming that the plan is oriented north to up, right? Your the floor plan.
Yeah.
I realize I didn't exactly introduce the project. It's rock and mineral. We got to travel.
Yeah, sorry. I think I also went very fast.
But I think that actually goes to my question, Pauline, as a beginning point is sort of, and I think, you know, there's some really, you know, well thought out kind of moments within the project, but what's driving the project in your mind? Like beyond the rocks, like what's the organizing principle that you're using to kind of, you know, interact with this existing building, this landscape, and the content? Like what is your overarching kind of idea of the project?
Well, I was just looking to explore irregularity and layering in different ways. For me, it happens as a solid geometry, for instance, or it happens more with the loop, with this repetition, and then I guess just exploring how irregularity can be expressed in different ways. Because that was the main idea.
I think it's more, I mean, irregularity is more the like method that you're using to engage an idea about space. I think, you know, I would like reframe that maybe a little bit. And like, then what do we get from irregularity, right? In terms of this content that we're dealing with, in terms of the certainly the links to the environment. Okay, that makes sense. It's very straightforward. But I think you're digging deeper underneath the surface as you kind of think about like, how do I develop a concept within the context of this project or within the context of, I know you well, so I know you do this, and so that's why I feel comfortable asking this question. But I think that's the missing link for me, like in the presentation. It's not clear what's driving all that stuff. I mean, clearly there's irregular geometries, okay, got it. There's like an idea about layering in the floor pattern, which is quite interesting. And so like, I think in a studio like this, the question becomes like, okay, what's really under the hood of all this stuff? You know, like I'm into the images. I think there's some really beautiful, the ceiling in this lower one to me is maybe the most successful kind of intervention because it's decoupled from the floor. Like when I see the floor and I see this, like the way it interacts there or doesn't, like it gets confusing for me, like why certain things are calibrated and then certain things aren't, you know, like is that intent or is that an accident, you know, and I think
That's intentional.
it's intentional. I don't know. But either way, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it matters, but for me, it's just a question, and it's unclear in terms of how you were describing the project, that was intentional or not, right? So, you know, I think but I love the way that you're starting to sculpt these ceilings. You know, I wonder if just from the tectonics of it and the formal kind of qualities of it, if the serial section, you know, needs to be so pervasive, or if it couldn't, you know, become more solid like it does at the end a little bit more often, and things of that nature. I think would be really interesting to sort of push it along a little bit. But there's some really beautiful moments here.
I totally agree with Clay in that I think when you now maybe after the fact, no, now that you have already decided, you can think a little bit more about how you want to present this conceptually. But I think there's also very nice design moves, really like was already commented, the ceiling and how you're sculpting. The wood is very exciting. I find particularly interesting this idea of bringing of making the topography, because it's the topography, right, of the site visible, but I think there's something there maybe where you could have explored that idea farther, because it could, since this is a museum, it could have a kind of didactical component, maybe about the rocks or the landscape, what are the layers that are under the building, or what, and how could that be more communicated somehow, not over the top everywhere. I don't mean like in a, like with big text in a museum, you know, but like, but somewhere, something that you know, and something that someone can read somewhere and learn about, yeah, maybe become a bit more three-dimensional. But I think my main critique is with the lighting, because I think for a museum, well, first of all, like there's a lot of, you've probably seen a bunch of projects that do this kind of topography and layering of wood, and having the light be more integral to that. At the end of the day, you're having, this is a big sculpture that you're making. So you want to be very intentional as to how you highlight that geometry. And I don't know if this is the best way. And these lights might be convenient to drop farther down to go closer to the tables, etc. But when you're lighting the ceiling, you probably want to have a different strategy that's a lot more integrated with the geometry, and also very important to think about lighting when it comes to the rocks, no, and how we view those rocks as gems, no? I mean, in the context of a museum, how we light draw attention to these objects as well, not just with the geometry. So yeah, and in that respect, this layering of these lures that you create, how you do this paneling of the walls, can actually help, also going to cast light, shadows, etc. So I wonder how effective that is, or how those help you control the environment, and how, I mean, when you were in my studio, your project was all about light. And I think it's interesting that you decided in this project that was not a main focus at all. But I think it is important for an exhibit, you know? Yeah, something to consider as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's a relentlessness to this that is a bit overwhelming for me. All of the wood members are spaced exactly the same space between them. There is, you know, which actually sort of diminishes the experience of moving through this space. You sort of numbs your eye, because it becomes, I can imagine that after a while you don't even notice it, which may be the intent, I don't know. But it just seems like, I feel like I need some space, some sort of space to actually be able to see these rocks. I think lighting is key, you know, either integrated into these walls, but also, you know, almost, you know, a lot of these rocks have mica in them or something that will reflect light. And you can imagine like what would happen at night, like if you were to move through this space at night. I remember one of the most memorable exhibits I ever went to, and this is like 40 years ago. And it was in Milan, and it was the drawings, the horse drawings of Leonardo da Vinci. And it was in an old palazzo, and you walked into the room, and this is broad daylight, right? And the room was dark. And the drawings were suspended from the ceiling, sort of floating in these glass panels. And so it looked like the drawings were floating. And it was just, I mean, I'm getting chills talking. I mean, literally, I had that reaction 40 years later to an exhibit like that, because of the way the lighting was, and the sort of the clarity of the intent of what was being focused on. And I think a lot of what's happening here is, I mean, you know, the forms of these walls are very beautiful. But I think that there's a moment where you have to sort of pull back and see, well, do you need that many? Do you need that many members? Are there places where it may sort of crack open a little bit to give you a view that actually pulls you through the space, right? Instead of always being confronted with these rooms that are all actually sort of the same. right? And, I mean, there's some
Yeah.
variation in
In
the shape
general,
of
yeah.
them, but essentially the
It
same.
has variations, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's not that noticeable.
Yeah, yeah, and also the palette to me is really interesting, that it almost, again, it all seems, it's like one tone. And that there's sort of, it, in a way, it doesn't highlight the rocks the way that I think you want them to be highlighted. Because I imagine with lighter toned rocks, right, there's a difference, right, between the light and the dark. And so, and I don't know how, I mean, did you have an actual idea of how you would organize the actual types of rocks?
Yeah, I was gonna start with, I mean, I
Right,
started.
metamorphic, right?
Yeah. I just, based on the rock cycle, yeah.
Yeah, I just think that there's not enough, there's no contrast anywhere.
Mhm.
And I think that you could have brought that in with lighting, but also with maybe taking a step back and maybe neutralizing some of these, like the stands those are all ramp earth, is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I actually think that the palette is richer than the way the renderings are showing it. I'm hoping.
It's a little washed out.
It is,
Yeah.
it is, and I think that it becomes this sort of, I don't know, and there's so much texture everywhere that it's hard to focus on what the museum is about, right? And then just one more comment about the retail, you know, when you do retail, you have to remember that, I mean, I'm assuming, I remember there was this Natural History Museum in Ann Arbor where I grew up, where we used to go as school children. They had these little boxes, you know, with little pieces of rock in them, and they had the name. Those were really popular. I loved having those. And so there's all these different scales of objects that are sold in a retail store like this. And you haven't really given the space for those things to be, right? You have to think about like all the crap that they sell in those stores. Like magnets, scarves, and, you know, all that junk, that postcards, and, you know, but that's what actually makes retail fun, is that you have to sort of get your head inside all these little things. You have to try and figure out a way, how can you compellingly display them without, you know, making it easy for people to pick up and to look at, and not have it be super fussy. You know, it's a big challenge, but I think, you know, it's just like that seems a little bit unresolved, that part of it.
I think my main comments relate to these like rock exhibition spaces. Like everyone's been kind of saying, kind of maybe providing more space for those rocks to be viewed for its beauty and like for its, you know, for the process in which it had to grow into being. But also like the space surrounding it, like I feel like those members, the reason this one image on the bottom, the large one, is just so beautiful and it's very powerful, is because I feel like it has a very immersive quality to it. And if you could have scaled those members up in those exhibition spaces and really, like, you know, ran it high, actually creates this feeling of this intimacy with the rocks themselves. And I feel like you could have created a bit more interaction with those spaces if it felt like its own element as you're walking into this little exhibition moments. So I feel like I would have just scaled those members up and actually made it feel like you are immersed within that space itself.
You know, they're all the same height, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And is that a double height space there?
Yeah.
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 I think there's
It's like a clear story or something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think there needs to be an acknowledgement of that sort of deception of the existing condition. And also, I'm just wondering, and this is probably the reason why my critique about the spaces themselves, that I'm wondering what the difference is with the natural light. You know, how the natural light moves through that space. That's why I asked that question about north and south, right? Because you figure that you're getting mostly morning light, morning and evening light, right? And so what kind of shadows would be created? And the southern is the tip, right? It's actually is that the retail store, I think, is it the tip? Right?
Yeah.
The bottom. So that's south, right? So I think an acknowledgement of the path of the sun, right? And that may give you a clue as to where you can actually open up some of these, like open up the fins a little bit to capture that and to be able to do a light study of that could be really, I think that could transform this project.
I think also, since you organize the exhibits around these three, like the rock types, I feel like that could have also helped to inform, like, does the igneous rock, like, section start to morph into something that represents that as a typology? You know, does the sedimentary, like, exhibit, you know, does the organization of the shape start to kind of tell the experience of how these rocks were shaped or made? And you could do it both through form, but then also even if you change the color palette, you know, so that it's a slightly lighter or darker kind of wood, right? So that you're kind of announcing that there's a difference between these kind of sections. But
yeah, it's very, I mean, I think it's a calibration question, you know, I think that, I mean, there are really some, I mean, clearly there are beautiful things in here, and so it's like, it's about like, for me, it's my greediness to try to want it to be more, you know, to perform more, to operate at a higher level, to sort of have a, that's why I asked the question about the concept, you know, not because the concept totally matters that you're always saying it, but like, how is it informing what you're doing? You know, like, how is it informing the decision process? How is it informing the planning? How is it informing where you push up against the existing context in terms of the building and where you sort of more deferential to it? And I like that it's doing that, but it still seems a little bit like not fully clear, you know, even in terms of the ordinal points that Robin's talking about, right? South, north, south, east, west kind of orientations. I think that would be really important. And you know, also maybe, and I know that there was some time stuff just because of things that happened this semester with this, and so I totally get that too. But you know, then it would be, you know, if this was 3 weeks ago instead of today, it would be maybe another edit pass in terms of like, do I really need the pattern in the floor now? You know, should it really go back to base building and I just deal with these insertions, you know, and let everything be, you know, the background can go white and be sort of whitewashed, and then these things get inserted inside of there. You know, I think that would be another kind of pass. Or should it go black and or should it be shooting on or something on the interior or something like that, right? That would then invert it all, right? It would be not washed out anymore, and it would be like super bright.
Yeah.
So, you know, just thoughts, but that's I know you have a good eye like that, so that would be the next step.
I just wanted, one other thing is that there's also the option of looking at the floor, because I do like the idea of the topography that it's in it, but I was sort of disappointed that it's actually just, it's sort of painted on,
Yeah,
right?
it's not where it's the
And
grain
you
is all
could,
like.
with laser cutting, like you can actually, you could have made that floor with the wood, you use plywood, right? And you could have made that floor totally the topography. And if you start there, then I guarantee you would have picked up those moments which address your criticism about this kind of connection, right? And so then these spaces actually grow out of the floor and they're completely connected to it. And so it's sort of one concept, right? It's using the topography as a basis and it's visible in the way the floor is cut and installed. And I think it would have been a very different project, but I think it's worth looking at because it's such a great idea. And maybe it just didn't, you know, enter your head to like, oh, wait a minute, I can actually, and the reason why it's easy for me to say that is because I have a friend who actually did a shelter like that. And he used, it looks like a gymnasium floor, but it's completely, it's this fantastic pattern, and it was all done, you know, with technology. And there, it's that and the ceiling, and that's all there is. It's fantastic.
I think that also goes back to like an understanding of the process that you're representing, like as opposed to it just being an application. I feel like if you take kind of a step behind that and kind of peel the next layer, you know, like a topographic surface is, you know, kind of, it's representing the landscape, right? You know, but it's never applied on a regular pattern like that. So I feel like if you kind of went back and thought about like, what is the structure of the pattern that you're representing, like you would let that process, to Robin's comment, like help to inform the design. And I think it would give kind of a little bit more depth, maybe just some of the decisions that you make.
Yes, I mean, what's interesting is that you started your presentation saying, because everything is neutral, kind of like everything goes together because everything is neutral. So, you know, it's so much, and we're being picky about no, it's not really going together. They're kind of like clashing with each other. Like maybe this layer needs to be lifted, so it's not obvious how the two layers are not really corresponding. No, so it's not. Just by having a neutral palette doesn't make everything cohesive, right?
Thank you.
Great
Great
job.
points.
Nice work.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dennis. I'm an undergraduate dual degree for architecture and architectural engineering. So doing interior design was really fun this semester. My idea for the Lawrence Rockefeller Center Rock and Mineral Center is that it maintains the warm wood elements and framed views of the original while introducing cool dark stone in various crystalline arrangements. The reception has been repositioned in the east wing so that you make room for a new cafe with outdoor patio that's seen when you're walking towards the front porch. And as you move through the exhibition, your sense of scale slowly shrinks from rock to mineral at the atomic level. This redesign delights users with unique patterns and textures and provides a more open and flexible space for events and enjoying the Grand Tetons. So going over my material palette, I really like the aspen trees that we got to see around Grand Tetons and Yellowstone. So I used aspen wood. The cedar wood was original material of the Lawrence Rockefeller Center. I also used concrete and a few other dark stones such as graphite. And then on the bottom right, this is called vetrite, which is a kind of gem glass where they try to recreate natural and precious stones within 2 layers of glass. Looking at the original center, it's located in Grand Tetons, Wyoming, and you kind of have to drive out of your way to get there. It's kind of the starting point for a hike to this lake that's nearby. So you have to go park your car. I wanted to go over to this, park your car over here and then take this long walk to get to the center. And then from here, you can go to your hikes and whatnot. And then the actual exhibitions inside of the original center had a whole bunch of things around for the surrounding area. For example, if you weren't able to go onto the hikes, you'd be able to sit in this room that had videos of animals and just the scenery around. And then when you get into the back portion right here, they had a sound bath where you would close your eyes and they would play sounds of the nature nearby. So that ethereal element, I really wanted to keep in that space. So I chose to put my crystal exhibit into that space. And then the main exhibition spaces I was talking about showing the videos, I felt had a very cave-like nature to them. So I wanted to play that up a bit, and this was one of the precedents I used for that. And then this is the office space at the other end of the building. And you'll see what I did with that as far as patterning goes. So in my original explorations, focus to the middle image. It's from a board game of mine, and we're just putting it away. But I really liked how these single units created patterns on their own randomly. So I ran with that, and I looked for precedents with kind of units that arranged together to create a monolith. And that's accomplished by having just one material for whatever you're creating. And then for my furniture explorations, I went very simple, just starting from a geometric shape and tried to kind of get the furniture to build itself. Also here you can see the main view is on the north side towards the Grand Tetons, and then towards the parking lot is really just a valley. So emphasizing the views on the north side. So here on the left is the original center. And then walking through, I kept a very similar procession to them, which is once you go in, you're forced to go down this long side of the building to the auditorium kind of space, and then you have to come back. I really liked what they did with these separator walls, how you wouldn't be able to see the next exhibition until you get there. And so in mine, I have the new entrance, which is right here on the right side, and then a wall that basically divides all the exhibitions, and you aren't able to see what you're going to get until you get to the next spot. And that allowed me to put a large cafe and patio space in the new open area. And then this division that used to be a staircase going to the basement, I didn't feel we needed the basement anymore. That could just be used for storage. So I put additional bathrooms here, which originally were outside of the building. Here in section, if you can imagine, this would be the front door, and you can see how my exhibition kind of morphs into each other, going from this rock structure eventually to the crystal, which you'll see in my renders. And this main crystal auditorium is my primary exterior revision. Everything else I kind of wanted to keep pretty original on the exterior. And then here would just be the cafe going back towards the office. So here is my collection of monolithic surfaces I was trying to create. So my rock wall, this is from the graphite, just having the displays kind of come out of the wall and having the wall define what the displays are actually. And then this on the left is a black mirror, which expands the space and makes you feel like you're really inside of a rock, which itself is just, a monolithic slab. And then the ceiling also tries to be monolithic with aspen and hidden lighting. This is the entrance. So right, what I just showed would be the first exhibition. For the entrance, I just made this window more modern. There used to be a lot of mullions, and I kind of just took those out, focused on the view. And then here we have a slightly different aspen ceiling that connects more to the bar area. This is my primary rock wall, which started the process. And then if you follow this hallway, you'll be able to go to the auditorium side. This is showing how the black mirror expands the space of the exhibition area. So as you walk through this hallway, your sense of scale really starts to shrink down, and especially because it gets so dark, when you come out into this area here that I chose to make semi-translucent, that's kind of similar to how the original sound bath was. So once you come in, this would be from the other side, but you can see light is just pouring into here. It's a very simple form, and you're just kind of meant to look at it and kind of be inspired by just how crystalline it is. Like you're shrinking down at that point, and kind of makes you think at that level. And I tried to create a similar experience to the original auditorium. This is leaving the auditorium. I thought this could be more of a temporary exhibit space. All the main exhibitions, they don't really have windows that you can see directly out of. So this space, keeping the original windows, I thought would be better for something like for hanging on these walls, or just like these simple displays for a temporary exhibit. Going towards the back, you have my bar. Here I did a ceiling similar to basalt, and then these hexagons are what I use for the rest of the building. But depending on the space, I go for a different scale. So because the bar has the highest ceiling, it also has the largest hexagons. Outside, this is just the patio that I added. And then the only material I changed on the exterior of the building is the vetrite wall on the outside here. Because I really saw this piece of a connector for the building, because you have these like wooden roofs on either side. So this could just kind of be a modern connector tying the old LSR to what it is, or what I'm proposing for it to be. So this is the inside of that connector. It's the lowest ceiling, and thus I use the smallest hexagons on the roof. And then these three large hexagons would be the bathrooms, and this is a corridor to get to the office. This is what it looks like on the inside of those. Then back at the office, you have medium-sized hexagons, which I think are quite the most comfortable and the most like normal to a ceiling. But tried to make this area slightly cozy, being how modern it is, but I think I did a good job of connecting it to the rest of the building in this way. This was the last area I designed, but. And then this is the exterior of the building with the huge stone I have coming out of it at the end.
Where's the rock and gym on that building?
So we
The
can just,
exuberance is definitely commendable.
one of these. Thank you.
I mean, there are some really interesting spaces in here, actually, to be honest. I mean, there's some very strange and odd things to this, but like, I think there are actually some really nice moments. I think even the use of this black mirror, I think is super cool and very intriguing. And I think that, the space into that gym room, the sort of bath, whatever you said, the sound bath, which I think is so strange, but sound bath, but that sort of corridor, going into that space and the preparatory nature of that space, I think is really, there's an elegance to that might not find its way into some of the other spaces. That's quite interesting. And I think, that sequence of events is something to build on in terms of how the whole project could, kind of cohere and become better with another kind of pass through and a little bit of editing down some of these elements. But it's also like, I mean, I agree with Robin, like exuberance is to be commended in some ways because it starts to suggest other kinds of aesthetics that can be associated with this that operate at a very different, at a geological scale. And that kind of tension between human scale and the sort of much bigger, much older, much deeper kind of like thing is something to really think about. I think that could be the driver of many other projects. But those to me are the moments that resonate best and have the most sophistication and the most kind of like potential for oddity and sublimity too, which I think is important. Scale is about the sublime, and Western kind of tradition is about like being immersed in nature in a way that's a little bit frightening and scary and interesting. So I think that starts to suggest that potentially.
I agree. I think that the project is very ambitious, and for a first interior project, this is amazing. I think it's really commendable. I mean, there's a lot of drama, no? And a lot of ambition and a lot of drama. with the lighting, with the monumentality, you know, and then it's clear that you dived in this rock world. So I just think that the one thing that is holding you back at times is that you have this huge, like these big ambitions and these very monumental moves that sometimes are paired with very pedestrian, normal, like tiling, you know, like there's one image where you have like all of a sudden the square tiling instead of a hexagon, and like, so those things, like those, if you're gonna go with this dramatism, you gotta go all the way in, and you gotta lose those other more normative kind of elements that are they're holding you back. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think that's the main problem, and like that's something that with a layer of editing you could, or you have the time to get into those other. You will get a really great project. I really appreciate that you have been experimenting with geometry in the shelvings, etc. That there's a lot of experimentation basically that has happened here. So great job.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's to be commended, I think. I think what is also interesting for me to see is how dark this is in certain places, which is actually, I think, quite appropriate. And that there's a light and dark, lightness and darkness, particularly in that moment where you're going into that semi-religious experience, like beat me up. Yeah. But one of the things I'm wondering about is the sound when you're here, when you're in here and you're navigating through this place. And everything that you've done pretty much, except for some of the wood, which is pretty minor, is a hard surface. And that means that footsteps and voices and all of these other sounds that are part of our lives are going to be bouncing around in there quite a bit. I mean, the fact that they're textured helps, right? But, you know, it would have been interesting to bring in potentially other materials and not have everything be made out of rock. Because again, it's that diminishing returns moment where it's like, with everything it's rock, it's sort of like, again, you get sort of numb to it. And you're not able to appreciate sort of the richness of what you're doing. And so maybe it's something like looking at materials like felt, you know, which is, you can have felt, and felt is made up of other materials, right? Like there's this really cool industrial felt that's used for packing materials that's fantastic, although it's brown. So, but you know, materials like that, or even something like velvet, you know, that is completely different from the rock, right? But it offers this contrast so that you can actually understand and appreciate the pieces that you're displaying, because really, in essence, you don't need, with what you've done, you don't need displays. I mean, the museum itself is the same, right? And if that, you know, but right now it's sort of in between. It's like, you know, well, I'm supposed to have exhibits, I'll stick them in here, but really, I mean, just say like, okay, I'm not doing that. I'm going to make this whole thing. No little objects. It's going to be really all-encompassing, experiencing the rock while you're in it, right? But then it would have to be much more rigorous in how you treat each one of these things, right? Like the hexagon repeating, you know, that doesn't really do you any justice, you know, because just because you're changing the scale of it, I'm not even sure people would notice. You know, there's something to be said about, you know, I think like the Yale Art Gallery in New Haven has a concrete ceiling that is actually sort of like this, right? And it works as an acoustical element, but it also works as a unifier, right? As you go through all the spaces, there's this one thread that runs consistently all the way through. And it does become this sort of neutral, it neutralizes everything else. So at a certain point, you're just looking at the work on the walls, right? But it's a tool to create this sense of unity, right?
Yeah.
This is like a lot of a lot of different experiences. And I think you have to sort of step back and really be a bit more rigorous in terms of how you want the actual experience of moving through this thing to be. Instead of every space being like, wow, 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 wow. You know, there's a rhythm to it, right? There needs to be, it's like entering into a house, right? When I was, a few years ago, I was walking through the Chicago, what's that really nice city in the world? Oak Park, right? And I'm from the Midwest, but it's a very specific typology of layers. When you go through those neighborhoods of big houses, there's a lawn, then there's a porch, then there's a vestibule. There are like all these layers that you go through to get to the inner sanctum, right? And that's a really, it's very effective in how you can control the experience of moving through, you know, entering. You took the time to actually change the entrance, right? I actually think how you organize things is very clear. It's, you know, the public part of the museum is on one side, the public sort of social part is on the other, and then the private, which is the office, is at the other end. So that organization of spaces relative to public and private is actually very well done. But I think you have to think about this sort of like hierarchy of experience, right?
Yeah.
But
I think it started off more that way, and then I just
you just
added some stuff.
went wild.
Yeah, but that's why going back to the little entry into the crystal is important, because that's the device, right? That's the device, that's the sort of way, and that works exactly like those compressed spaces, those Wrightian compressed spaces that you get before you enter into the main parts of those houses and of that era in Chicago or the early Wright stuff, right? So I think that's a really interesting note. And like when it becomes more pedestrian, like the shelves, or when it gets repeated in the chair, like I think it dilutes the power of it, right? And so I think that note about the big move, and it's like the wall, you know, the wall is the big move, and then everything else kind of comes out of that. I think would be really, and also go back to one, like the quality of this image too should be a driver for how the rest of the image should read. You know, I would come back to this one and say, why is this one working? Because it's not just the space, it's the way it's the texture is right, the lighting's right. You know, it feels
You know what it's like?
moving in the right direction.
It's like being, I don't know if you know this, but the Maid in the Mist.
Yeah.
It's a boat in Niagara Falls. It takes you behind the falls. It's like, yeah, and there's a wonder in that, right? There's this fantastic wonder of that experience. That, I mean, geez, where else can you do that? You know, it's like, I mean, I'm hoping they still do it. You know, because probably the lawyers went to town and stopped it, but it's that experience of being like behind something. And the other, just briefly reference that you probably should look at for using stone in this way is the Beinecke Library by Gordon Bunshaft on the Yale campus. The entire, oh my God, it's one of my favorite buildings on the planet. It's just, it's fantastic. And it uses stone as the way to control the light coming in to this space that houses very, very rare books. So definitely take a look at that. And Maid in the Mist.
I feel like that this room is, instead of using it as like a sound bath, it's technically like a light bath, right? So it's the space where you're just bathed in that light.
Yeah, I don't know if I wasn't trying to make it a sound bath. I was just trying to make it like the experience you get from the sound bath. So this would just be just an auditorium space for general presentations of the exhibitions.
I mean, I think overall you've done a really, really great job exploring how materiality can really affect the space, and like that spatial environment is like, you know, we're using mirrors to like elongate the space and make it feel bigger, you know, and carry those kind of materials and in that reflection and stuff, and same with your lighting, you know. But I feel like those are very those are great experiments, and I think those are really bold moves, like everyone has been saying, and I think maybe balancing of what are those subtle moves that you can make within these spaces that are not so literal in a sense, and just a little bit more subtle that like still highlights each of these materials and highlights the space in which it's existing in.
Yeah.
You know, who's another really good person who worked with stone in a pretty spectacular way is Adolf Loos.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, some of those interiors are like off the charts, wacky relative to the amount of stone that he, like different kinds of stone that he uses. It's like on acid, but it is, they're fantastic, right?
Yeah,
It looks also
is
said
it
marvelous,
Aplos?
but that's wallpaper.
What was the guy?
Adolf Loos, Loos, somebody that you should know.
Okay, thank you.
Also, Bird Touch and Bikey, those are touchstones.
That's what it
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Spanish. Right. Yes, it's the project that has the virgin stone is that you can see. It'll come to me. It might be 2 days from now. It'll come to me. What's his name? File is correct. I'm trying to.
Hi, I'm Deepika Warrior. I am third-year master's student in interior design, and the name of my project is Flash of Colors. You know why. So let me start with the site. So the site is originally Lawrence S. Rockefeller Preserve Center. It's located in Grand Teton National Park, Wyoming. So the land was originally owned by Rockefeller, and he later donated the land to the national park. And now the preserve reflects on his vision to provide spiritual and emotional connection to the meadow, lake, and the Teton Ranges. So on north side of the building, you can see Teton Ranges here. There is a meadow view right here, and there is a hiking trail right behind the building. So people come here, park, and then go through this walkway to the building and then to the trails behind it. The building is surrounded by a variety of wildflowers and animal species. This is the plan and the interior of the building right now. So the gallery shows the history of the site, the beautiful surroundings, picture of the national park, and the building has an auditorium, gallery, office, and a restroom and outdoor seating space right now. So before we started the redesign, we studied about different rocks and sketched them to see different patterns that the rocks provide. So these are some of the patterns that I discovered when I was looking at my rock. My rock that I chose was lepidolite. It was because it was very beautiful purple and it changes color, and how it was extracted. If it has been exposed to too much sun, it was dark. If not, it was more lighter color. So I liked how the gradients work in the rock. And I started studying more of rocks like crystal and agates. So from outside, the rock looked very normal and neutral, but when you crack it open, you see different colors and maybe just one color and see inside the rock. And that's what I found really interesting. And then when we visited Grand Teton National Park, I noticed that all the buildings there are more made out of wood or maybe very earthy and very natural neutral tones. But then I started studying and started looking at different colors that actually National Park has to offer. So I saw different beautiful colors bloom in spring, and then it's more dull in winters, and then it has more of aspen yellow, red, and orange shades in fall. And I followed the same pattern that I looked at agates. When you crack them open, you see very similar kind of colors. So I thought, why not put some colors in the national park buildings? So I started looking at different design inspirations and how the exhibition spaces are created through different colors and how they are perceived and how they can work with different kind of colored glazes and windows. So I changed the roof plan a little bit. So these are the surroundings that you see, and I've worked with the surroundings with my design. So this is the original plan of the building, and I have extended the building a little bit to cover the exposed columns and make it more squarish. And then I have introduced new programs like cafe and retail spaces, outdoor seating and outdoor deck, and auditoriums and new exhibition spaces. So when I was looking at, like, when I was inside the gallery, they have this beautiful exit that is made out of hundreds of pictures around Grand Teton National Park and made it into one picture. This is the trail that you reach from behind the building. So I pixelated the images and I wanted to see what colors dominate more the Grand Teton National Park. And I took those colors and I made them my color palette. So I realized all my research are not only giving me patterns, giving me colors, and I wanted to explore colors more than patterns. So I went off and I took one part of this pixelation and I put it on my plan. So it gave me an idea of making it as a loop. So when you walk from here, it takes you to a loop that takes you to all these walkways and inside the exhibition. So I wanted to take the similar concept of looking at a rock from outside and cracking it open and seeing inside a rock. So I wanted them to have some a path and a loop of exhibition spaces and walkway. These are the surroundings that you see from the buildings. This is my plan. This way I came up to it. So I kept the entrance the same when you enter to a reception area that guides you towards these different exhibition spaces that each act like one rock, and each exhibition has different colors and different kind of rocks that they exhibit. And then you walk towards the auditorium and then you exit the auditorium, walk through this gradient walkway. And then you go to the cafe and retail space that is more casual and lounge-like, and then you can see the outdoor seating and hang out and then go for a trail from here. And I kept the paneling, the wood paneling the same as the original building. I just changed the floor to white so that the colors that I'm proposing from my color palette accentuate more. This is the south elevation. So I started working with pixelations. So I wanted to make them more in the facade and I wanted to introduce them when they walk from the parking lot. So when they walk from the parking lot, they see this east elevation and start, wondering what kind of colors they're going to see. So they know what the concept of the building is about. And when they enter to the building, it's from the south elevation. In this section, you can see my different exhibition spaces. So this is the reception, and then you walk through different exhibition spaces. Looking at the auditorium and then the walkway. This is the section of my cafe and my waiting area, and then the outdoor deck that I have designed to see the beautiful Teton ranges. This is the explorer view of my exhibitions, where you can see that you walk from here and then you go as a loop through each exhibition, seeing one at a time. So Grand Teton is such a huge national park, and you have so much to see, and you're so overwhelmed looking at so many things that it has to show you different kind of ranges, meadows, animal species, and different kind of flowers that bloom in different seasons. So I wanted to take a moment and then have person each concentrate on the exhibition, one thing at a time, looking at the scenery at the same time. So this is the entrance. It's got a splash of colors because of the colors that I've used, and this shows the concept that you're going to see inside. This is my reception area, where you can see that there's an outdoor deck that shows you the Grand Teton ranges, and you can see a wide space where you don't know what's coming next. But when you start looking at the exhibition, it starts to unfold one by one. So this is the first exhibition that shows the side history of JY Ranch and has a tinted glass of the same color, so that you see the Teton ranges through a different color glass, so that the perception changes every time you see it perceives differently because the season change outside. Then when you walk by, this is the second exhibition that I've introduced. It's called Touch and Feel. So in this exhibition, you're actually occupying inside a rock. That's how you would feel when you're inside it, but you're not connected with the nature because you're just playing with the rock and the mineral specimen that are in the exhibit. And when you walk out, you see more of the exhibits. So this exhibit is Mirror World, has more neutral rocks that are that are going to bounce off and the mirrors that are going to bounce off the landscape that you're seeing outside, but with, again, a tinted glass that has the color of the exhibition that gives more spatial structure to the exhibition spaces and has more rare minerals at the rear. After the auditorium, you walk through this gradient walkway. So this is the walkway when you see towards the reception, and this is when you see towards the auditorium. So you walk from a lighter to a darker space. It shows you day and night and shows you different seasons. So spring has more lighter colors and more brighter colors, and winter has more dull and darker colors. So that's what this gradients represents, and shows a combination of colors that I have used in my exhibition spaces. Then you enter the cafe that has this pixelated windows that lets you see the Teton ranges through different tinted glasses and more cozy and lounge-like area. You can go out and have this beautiful seating area just if you want to see the meadow and the Teton ranges. This is more inside of the bar, cafe, retail space, and it has these bar areas that lets you see the Teton ranges here and here through tinted glasses and through normal glass. So you can see the difference between what you're looking at. And these are some of my furniture choices that I designed and I selected for my cafe areas to complement the concept of pixelation and color all around the building. And this is the outdoor rendering of when you're off to your hike, and from the existing restaurant, when you look back, you see the building with the beautiful Teton ranges. And this is the summary of my project, and this is it. Thank you so much.
When you go through your exhibition and then everybody has to enter the auditorium?
Yes, so it's a forced loop that you walk through the exhibition, then go to the auditorium, and then you walk by towards the reception from that gradient walkway. So you have like a neutral space, that's the auditorium, and then you again see the colors that you saw in the exhibition arranged in different gradients of colors.
Well, I'm not sure if I understand correctly, but I think if there's something going on in the auditorium, you cannot watch the exhibit, or you gotta go back the same way you came?
No, so you cannot go back the same way. So when you're walking through the exhibition, so you're forced to actually go inside the auditorium. So auditorium is not like a presentation space that I've imagined. I've imagined it more like, a movie is keep on going, and like every 5 minutes it keeps changing, right, repeating the same thing. So if somebody new is coming, they're not missing something.
It's not like a projection.
Yes, it's like a
Okay,
projection.
okay.
Yes.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But still, I think having a space as a buffer there would be important, right? Like instead of going through the room, just use, I mean, you already have the device.
Yes.
Right, the long spine corridor thing that you have on that side that you could just get up and have that separation. I think the most, to me, the most successful part of it, I actually like the exhibitions. The ones that, can you go back to one of those images?
Sure.
Like this, right? Like I think that's a very successful space. I think, I feel like it wants to be more in surrounding, like rather than having the floor flow in, like it wants to be separated and be this sort of whatever this color is, peachy, pinky, orangey, something color space. But I feel like those spaces formally feel appropriate. They have a certain scale. They aren't too fussy. And I think, that's something to build on. And the way they relate to the glass too, I think is also quite interesting. To me, it's the simplest part of the project. I think when and I know your work well, and you have a lot of ideas and you want to like spill them out into every project, which I totally understand, by the way, but I think, like another pass of this relative to, like when it gets to the wall, the pixelated wall, I think that's when it starts to kind of break down in terms of you don't have to continue to beat us over the head with like rock and mineral kind of like stuff. It's the same with Dennis, right? The same kind of question about like, okay, pull back there to intensify the good parts. And I think even the long walkway that has a sort of chromatic kind of shifting can be quite beautiful if it's sort of articulated well. There's a moment when it kind of flips, where the sections flip, and that's a little bit weird for me. But I think coming back to these kind of spaces and the quality, the simplicity really of a space like this, and letting that drive the project forward would be sort of appropriate. And I don't mind looking at the Tetons through rose-colored glasses, but I think still having, and then maybe those spaces that instead of having that pixel wall, it's just a big, huge view that gives us the Tetons back in Technicolor. You know, I think would be interesting. So.
Yeah, I wanted more of people to look at these ranges because it has like meadow and the Teton ranges. So you're looking at the colors of the meadow and it changes due to the season, but you're looking through different tinted glasses when you're walking through different exhibitions. So you perceive it, every time you perceive it differently. So it's an opportunity when you visit again and again. So you see it differently. So it gives you an opportunity.
Yeah, I totally get that. I think that's interesting. I think it would just be a matter of, it doesn't have to happen again. Right? I think do it once. I mean, do however many there are here at 5 or whatever, do it 5 times and then, you know, go. The other thing you would have to think about too, if you did this project, is actually the way the eye, when you're in saturated color space, it actually affects the way that when you go into the next color, it affects the way that they're over Eliza has some great projects about this, where the eye is like you said, the yellow room, and when you go out of that room in a neutral color, you see like the opposite side of the color spectrum in the color wheel, and so you could really sort of calibrate the viewing experience in that way too. Which again takes more time, but I think it would be really interesting to play around.
Because of the eye level, I actually introduced these walls to be white, so that when you walk out of an exhibition space, you have like a moment of pause that you're looking at a white wall. So you have like time for your eye to adjust, and then you walk by, you see a different exhibition with different color tinted wall. And then there are some exhibitions that are opposite the tinted wall. So it's like you're just looking at the exhibition and not really looking at the tinted wall. So you have that kind of breathing spaces between exhibitions. So that's what my vision was.
I also think that if the focus is on the views and the tinted glass, is more successful when it's applied like this as a big panel than when you apply it as a pattern, because then the pattern itself becomes it's a whole other thing on itself that is calling for your attention. That's not the landscape, right? So and I think because we have a lot going on already, I also think that something more along the lines of what you're doing in this world could be more successful. And I also like what you're doing with the corridor,
the walkway
as a treatment. I think it's quite interesting because you're also working with the gradient of the color, the linear elements to apply the gradient of the color, and it's different both ways, so you're taking advantage of that. And also because the structure of the building, what I think is interesting is that the structure of the building is a bit like this, so in a way, everybody's kind of like in the previous project, we saw these rocks inside this little wooden structure, and I think there's something here that could have been explored farther, because this does seem of the scale of the existing building, that could have, as a language that is interesting, that you could have maybe applied other places as well. The only, but I still have my doubts about the super long corridor that doesn't have. I mean, it's a nice space, but it's a long. I mean, it's a lot of real estate for just a corridor. So and then that thing with the auditorium at the end, I think like the layout there maybe you need to tweak a little bit. So. But I think there's something interesting about the tectonic system here.
I think that's the most interesting space too. Can you go to the last page where we have everything? Because when I saw this east elevation, I thought, oh wow, that was really intriguing to me, because there's something when you talked about color being the driver, that to me made a lot of sense. That elevation made a lot of sense. And the sound elevation, I lose it, right? For the reasons that she mentioned, that, you know, there's just, and also, we're all talking about it, it's like, it's too much and it's very distracting, right? And I think, and when I look at the plan, I just wonder, because this seems so connected to the structure of the building. And then this very simple idea of gradient moving through, that instead of, and also breaking up this idea of this long corridor, that maybe instead of having them be separated, is that the corridor is your circulation into these spaces, right? So that you're sort of snaking your way this way, right? And so every time you come out of a space, you have this moment where you're seeing all of the colors at once, and that's your map, right? It's your legend, you know, the legend of the map, right? It's like, it's by color. And so, you know, the color here, or here, I guess, is reflected here. And then it's within this space. And then there's a small loop here that you come back out through another, because this is sort of irritating. I mean, I don't like going to museums where I have to go like into a room and then out of a room. And then it's just sort of like, it's not an easy flow. And I think that could have helped make the experience of movement through that space a little bit more gracious and easy to comprehend, and allow you to integrate those two moments. And then you could have also, maybe it's not about these, I mean, I do like that space, the orange space. Maybe it's about taking those, go back, the, you know, using the fins as your generating structure for, okay, it's gonna, one of these is gonna actually sort of continue and become part of the space for that particular exhibition. And then it's gonna pick itself up on another one here, right? So it's much more knitted together. And it's less, I mean, there's just more clarity to that, I think, because there are a lot of ideas here, which is normal, you know, it's great, it's great. And the trick is always for students, right, is the editing. It's really hard. I mean, and actually not even students, I would say architects and designers in general, it is a lifelong challenge to edit. And it's oftentimes getting this kind of feedback from people where you go, oh gosh, how could I miss that? You know, even your professor, she's like, how did I miss that? You know, because I get that experience many times where I'm like, damn, wow. It is totally normal, you know, there's nothing wrong with it, it's kind of the process. But I do think that and that, those are your really successful moments, and that's all you need, right? You don't need to add all these other doodads. And the other thing you have to remember is that when light, right, because that's east there, west there, south, right? You've got colored glass, that's gonna impregnate that entire space and color everything, right? So you have to, I mean, and there's something sort of cool about that you're like immersed in this color. But then you have to think about, okay, then how could I illuminate the rocks so that like a pink rock doesn't turn brown because of the color of the glass, right? So it's really calibrating it very consciously in terms of working with color and how color transforms something, but then how can you counter that through?
So you have to be projecting light of a different value.
It's a super interesting problem, right? And quite challenging. But I think, you know, it also speaks to your whole thesis about I want to work with color, right? And of course, I saw that piece and I actually this morning, I made my way to the Ellsworth Gallery. When I saw those little pixelated things, I thought, wow, this is just there, you know? But, you know, the color is like, you didn't have any color on the floor or anything of how this stuff is gonna, it's gonna change the color of the floor, it's gonna
Right.
change the color of the walls, it's gonna,
Mhm.
you know, but that's your thesis, right? That's it.
Right.
That's it, the structure of the building that you're taking off of and color.
Mhm.
And then calibrating the lighting so that you can counteract the impact of color. And it's just, it could be just completely fantastic.
Yeah, the sort of desire to have put everything into the project. I mean, it isn't just students, it is everybody, because we think because everybody thinks that's the last project they'll ever do. Trust me, right? So you have to like put everything in there because it's the last one I'm gonna do, and then I die, and I'm done. And that's the way it works. And so nobody's gonna hire me. It's one of those two things. That's all it is. But I think if you simplify the rest, then it amplifies the other, right? It's like the dilution by addition, like you don't want to do that, right? You want to subtract in order to make that stuff more powerful. I think with the notes you're getting, I think you could do that very, very easily.
I think,
not easily, but
I think
you
since
could do
you started out with this idea of pixelation and then you graduated onto color, you should have left off the pixelation and then just focused on the color, which in most of your spaces, you definitely have done that. I think just when you still try to tie it back to the pixelation is when it kind of still got problematic. But I mean, I really admire your project for the fact that like, and I was here for mid-review, or not mid-review, but like desk scripts and stuff, like you actually managed to tie in like what you're doing to the space and your, articulation into the space, and it's actually tying into the existing architecture, which is, like we all kind of want to make our imprint and it ends up looking completely different. And sometimes all we really get to do is, have our little a slight interference into it, and you've managed to really work with it. And like, that hallway, for example, the reason I feel like it's like everyone's saying it does mimic the architecture of the space and like the, the ceiling joist, everything. That's what it reminds me of. It's that within this really beautiful hallway. So yeah.
It's interesting because you could have been looking at this corner right here and thinking, oh man, you could have actually grabbed that joist, right?
Yeah.
And just like had it be spliced, and then you're really like sewing it together, right? You're totally using the structure for your impetus. But I do also admire your process. I really liked the way that you looked at that image that was made out of all those pictures of the area. And it became, you sort of dug into that, and that's where you got the palette.
Right.
I thought that was really great. So that kind of process and the way that you're sort of using existing elements to then feed how you actually go about making this or creating, coming up with your idea. I think it's a really, really good one to carry with you for the rest of your career, really. I really applaud that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for amazing comments.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
And it's backwards. Like Granada, same thing. But kind of. Yeah, that's right, but it's all backlit alabaster.
Yeah.
Amazing. So you can see people and like go through and it's like sliced, like super thin sliced. I forgot that alabaster could do it. But that's stone, thin cuts, so thin, cut so thin that it's translucent. Right. Beautiful project. And it has actually this, I mean, he's into like scale too, so it's worth it. Yeah, it's Campbell Bites, Alberto. Yeah, right, yeah, but that's, I mean,
My resolution on my phone.
Plausible, it's not like. Do that. Yeah. That's a 20-year-old, 25-year-old project.
I mean, mean, it always looks
way
different
more
when the
big.
screen is 200 times
It's
bigger.
like wild, you wouldn't think.
It's not great.
Like that, you know? Like,
I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's not, it
I
wasn't
mean, it's
like
like
this.
wild, you know what I mean? Like it's.
It wasn't
known
like
for being
this.
like this sedate, like minimal mass, but he said.
Is
I was
it,
in a
is
class with
it
him
in,
last It was auditing a class I was in. For the whole semester, I didn't know who it was. There's just this guy sitting in the corner. And every single word. And finally said at the end, he was like, there's no such thing as nimblism. That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said, right? Which is like huge to say, you know? He's just like this little guy.
Fourth floor.
Oh.
Hello. Hi. My name's Hannah. Thank you for joining us. The name of my project is petagenesis, which is the formation of soil. And I'll just start off with a quote from this really interesting book. The soil is a great connector of lives, the source of destination of all. It is the healer and restorer and resurrector by which disease passes into health, age into youth, death into life. Without proper care for it, we have no community, because without proper care for it, we can have no life. So I'll just start with a context of the site, again, which is another refresher. Our site is located right here in Grand Teton National Park. This is the preserve, and this is the network of trails that is filtered through this building, which you have to pass through in order to connect to the lake, which is really quite stunning, and where the Rockefellers used to have a series of cabins. And I just thought it was an interesting bit of information, but they actually purchased a large volume of the Tetons before as a national park, and then they donated the land to the United States. So I thought I would just acknowledge that first, since we are working with the preserve. So Lawrence S. Rockefeller introduced a visionary plan to balance land protection and public access in a way that emphasized environmental stewardship through immersion in the natural landscape. The choreographed entry, trail network, and modest interpretive center engage sinners in an experience unique among national park settings. Through its light touch, extractive approach, and transformative qualities, the project was gifted to the American public, becoming the first of all national parks to receive the LEED Platinum standard. Okay, so this is a site plan which kind of shows a concentration of the beautiful landscape architecture that's happening throughout the preserve. Specifically with this site, it's highly maintained. All of the rocks around the base of the building were like buffed before they put them there, so all the extraction marks are gone. So I just wanted to kind of take a moment to like express, or I guess show the great care to which this place was conceived. And I actually really enjoyed its situation to the landscape. I thought it was very fitting. The structure itself was modeled after a boathouse, and the slatted design is reminiscent of a barn structure. And so keeping that in mind, it kind of helped me understand what kind of indoor-outdoor relationships I could extract from the architecture that was already present. And you can see the plan, sections and elevation. So site plan, again, limited parking, only up to 50 cars. I chose not to extend the parking capacity because I really liked the feature that it's generally a very solitude building. So I'm not really trying to attract high traffic through the building as well. Additionally, there's restrooms located outside. There's one restroom inside. And then this is kind of just giving you an overview of how the landscape works. Additionally, kind of wanted to highlight how you circulate from the parking lot, and then also what my proposed situation for service roads would be in the event of like, I guess the cafe that I'm proposing or the bar.
So that's kind of like where systems would go. And as you can see, it's not really obstructing. It's kind of the same experience that you have from the parking lot. So my program is a place for play, creativity, and exploration. I've renamed it the Pedology Discovery Center. The PDC rests comfortably between the intersection of science and art, striving to unite all kinds of people through the mystery of soil science and the allure of natural pigmentation. So the proposed use of the building is like a STEAM center, essentially, where art and science can come together. So it's like a very fluid interpretation of a rotating exhibit for fine art, which would be here in this area, a flexible workshop space, which is here, a refreshment bar, which is down here, auditorium and STEAM libraries. So it's just like a combination of like a library and an auditorium, also reception and retail. And the most prominent program in my building is the exhibit space. And here I'm kind of just highlighting, again, circulation through the building, indoor and outdoor relationships. I extended the patio on these two areas so that you can engage with the landscape a little bit more. There's a beautiful sage prairie here that I wanted to take advantage of. So you can see here with my plan, I was very interested in the process by which the landscape architects kind of approached the site, which was one of subtraction, and also with, I'm like very fascinated with how the building acts like a filter and kind of understanding that as a sieve and how that relates to soil science, and maybe thinking about how I can layer the building in such a way where it kind of reflects that natural component to soil development. And this is just kind of like an exploration collage study of how I kind of like formulated some initial ideas about what it would feel like inside of the space, trying to keep it as open as possible. So it's kind of just an active area of play. These are some of my inspiration images and precedents that I'm looking at. So I was really drawn towards the work of soil scientists who also happen to be artists in some ways, because they keep track of their work through pigmentation. And the process is really beautiful, and also looking at installation art and land art and understanding how the building itself could function as not only a center for soil science, but also one that engages the public through art. In this section, I'm kind of showing like how I started to divide up materiality and kind of start defining what some of this looks like. The building itself is primarily natural material in a very, I wouldn't say cliche way, but unexpected way, with a wood paneling. It's definitely not something that's unexpected. And so I was really interested in inverting this idea of natural materials and using natural materials, filtering them through different processes of like artistry in order to make new materials that are expressive, but also work as display pieces. So here I'm kind of playing with the idea of taking soil on the wall and actually using mud for the walls and painting over it. So you kind of get this like earthen quality, but then kind of abstracting it through the color white. And then this is a display method I developed. Wyoming is an interesting place for pedology because it actually has a really high concentration in iron and other minerals. So those minerals contribute to the different colors in the soil. And here it's just an interesting opportunity to kind of play with the idea of light filtration, but also new ways of display. So you'll see that here in this curtain interpretation. Also kind of thinking of ways to screen print and represent soil and fabrics and incorporate this as acoustic panels. And that's actually a map of Wyoming, and I took the topography and extracted the different mineral sources and tried to develop a system based off of that. So one of the first things that I wanted to do was develop this kind of like flowy cabinet thing that's kind of offset from the wall, and it acts as a more interactive way to play with the pigments. So the idea is actually that you would be able to go to the soil stacks, which are these like large trays that roll out, like vertical drawers. And they display monoliths, which is the terminology for like a sample of soil, like so far deep. And then also looking at ways to extract soil through polygal, like with this project here, and applying it in a similar way to a cabinet, which would hold different curiosities, maybe even like the tools that are used to extract soil, just to pique people's curiosity about the topic. And then back here, it works as like a wash station, more storage, so you can actually have the capacity to like develop the soils into display materials or into pigments. And here you can kind of see the development of a display system and a piece of furniture. I'll talk more about that later. So the first view is the entrance, which I maintained the same. And again, trying to think about applications of texture and natural material that are unexpected ways to engage with it, and maybe not necessarily doing like really complex moves. So the first kind of like relationship that you get is when you walk in, it's actually decomposed granite on the floor, which is the same as it is on the exterior. I really liked the idea of being able to hear that sound and having that grounding environment with the lowered ceiling. And then also thinking of ways to interpret, again, like filtration through meshes and the different like lighting capacities that they have there. This is when you take a turn to the right, you actually see the mud expressed on the floor. So it kind of acts as a grate to like clean your feet off as you enter into the rest of the exhibit. And you can kind of go, it ramps up on like a bronzed piece on the floor, which is kind of inspired by some of the bronze pieces that currently existed in the exhibit. Again, red cedar wood is something that I maintained in certain areas, and then incorporated bronze. And then you can kind of see the first peak of this curtain around the bend. And then looking into this rotating exhibit space, so there's like a display bar, but also you could do installations, like different land art installations, like Robert Smithson or different sculpture pieces. So when you take a right into the longer wing of the building, this is kind of what the experience is with the curtain acting through filtration, which actually, my plan here, I didn't mention it, but I cut out a skylight here so that the light comes in and can like then be filtered through the curtain. That is, again, I'll point it out here on the plan. And then you can kind of see like, these are other collage inspirations, and I was kind of trying to figure out like what the feel would be for the center and how people could interact with it. So these pieces of furniture are actually trays that pull out, and they're pieces of cork that have been carved to fit like bits of soil. So you can actually sit down and play with the soil or have somebody come over and talk to you about it. Again, I'm kind of viewing this as something I wish was there whenever we started developing our project. So kind of having a center where art and geosciences can kind of be together. This is a view, again, like working with the apertures that already existed in the building, kind of framing this view. This is a workshop space. So I opened up what used to be a non-operable aperture, and I made it a open connection where you can have like U-line stainless steel cables rolled in and out. This is kind of several views. This one's kind of like my understanding of what the lighting might be. Definitely want to kind of like obscure it and have really focused points on the display piece. Otherwise, keep it relatively like moody in the interior. And then this is my acoustic panel that I developed with the screen printed method of different soils. And that's the state of Wyoming. Different materials that I'm using, polygal and stainless steel, and also cork, like I mentioned. These pieces of furniture, I read about this really cool place in Madrid, and they used some of the lumber from their deconstruction to construct these chairs. So I really liked that relationship because there's some original Adirondack chairs at the front of the porch, and they are like their original chairs from when the Rockefellers that built their cabins. I mean, the designs are original, it's not the actual chair, but I thought those had a nice relationship to the Adirondack chairs that were there. And this is my final slide.
What's the, this is a pedantic question, but what's the green for?
Oh yeah, sorry, I did not mention that. That's jade. So Wyoming jade is like the state stone of Wyoming. It's also pretty available. And here I'm showing it polished. So you have like a really specific pour experience coming in off decomposed granite into concrete slab, back again on decomposed granite. And then you have this mud texture that's like very, very rough. That kind of like sweeps off the debris before you get to the polished stone. Back here. And it goes down here in a depressed ramp, and then there's a rampered platform that elevates the auditorium / library. And like different little areas under that you can sit on and the depreciated area.
I think this that you just told us to wrap up, the soil conditions or the floor conditions, basically, in a project that's about soil. I think that would make a great drawing. I think it seems.
Oh
like,
yeah, I should have done that.
Yeah,
Yes.
all the floor patterns and the textures.
I could have been a little bit more expressive with my plan, I think.
Yeah. Because it is such an important, it seems like it's such an important part of your project. And I think it is a very interesting take where if you, instead of thinking so much, I mean, it seems like you muted the barn, by painting it white in the renderings. So you kind of like mute the building and then make the floor the most dominant element of the design, and of course curate the promenade through that floor, like the different textures, the different speeds, the noises, etc. that will happen as you walk, as you recreate these different environments. I wish there was, or maybe I missed it, maybe it is, but I wish there was again more of a pedagogical, more of a like a clear curated, and I think it is already almost there. That's what I'm saying. Like, because we are thinking very much in terms of curating the exhibition already. So then, if you think about that floor as being part of that, and how what does it tell us exactly? What is the story that you want to say with it, and with the walking around it? So I think that's something that that's interesting that you should talk that should come up more in your project presentation. But
I think I need to draw some diagrams.
Yeah, verbally, but that it could show up graphically also as well.
Okay.
But to me, the project seems to be about that, and then it's about the floor, and then these elements that are very interesting, like the special pieces, like the curtain, the furniture, right? The cabinet, like special furnishings items, and then this flooring, and I think that's a very interesting approach. I think that's really great.
Thanks. I think the level of research you put into this is really cool, and I love that you know, created this like storage system that really highlights like the way scientists actually gather data, and you're presenting it in a very unique way that's like very accessible to the public, and I really appreciate that a lot. One thing kind of going off what Nuria was saying about like flooring and stuff, like you're talking about dirt, you're talking about sand, you're talking about all of this stuff that for me, it's very, it's a sensory experience. You know, what I want to do is take my shoes off and actually touch and feel and, you know, be able to have that other extent of interaction with it. There's this idea of grounding. If you've ever heard of it, it's like connecting with the earth, connecting with space. And it's essentially like recalibrating your body to the earth. And I would love to see like a space that's like interactive like that. In such a, you know, like a very specific research topic that you decided to explore. Thanks.
Yeah, I really like the floor experience, how tactile it is. I do wonder about the polished jade. Just because it could be almost too harsh, you know? And
It's polished, as a
it's
finished product.
polished, and it's, when you see polished stone oftentimes on the floor, it's this, yeah, that's one of the things that drives me crazy about Robert Brothers, is like, they have all this polished stone on the floor of buildings, and every winter, or when it rains, they have to put down these really ugly
Mats.
because people will slip, and then it's a lawsuit. Right? So and it just drives me nuts. And there's something, I'm just wondering if there's a softness to what you did in the first two steps, and then the polish becomes almost, it's like a harsh, it's hard, and there's
Imagining the gravel too under your foot on the couch.
it's like you want to soften that a little bit, and so I think, you know, to experiment to see, well, what would it look like if it were home,
Like a
you know, almost like a velvety finish.
Suede.
Then exactly, then it makes it a more connected experience.
Okay.
I have to say, I love the fact that your shirt is also like a
That's
soil
funny.
mat. I think that's brilliant.
We had talked about the idea of, you know, something wearing though, and it's like having a polished air condition that is tracked through.
Right.
Sorry. We've done that before, and it, for whatever reason, was thinking that thought.
No, I think the finish of wear, I mean, the sort of, the decomposition of finish over time, or the change of finish over time. But I still think that you can do that, and it would change even if it started out as a suede finish.
Yeah,
sure.
But I think playing with the finishes even further, there's bush hammer, there's sort of etch, there's all of these other kinds of possibilities. And I think the textural, it would even be interesting, Hannah, to think about, like, I think there's a sonic map, there's a sort of textural map, then there's finish map. I think decoupling all that stuff and looking at them separately and bringing, I'm on thing about this right now, but I think like decoupling finish from material, I think is an interesting question. Because then you can start to gain more control over
And
both.
I was starting to do that vertically in some ways, but I think because this is such a prominent feature, it probably deserves a little bit more attention.
And I also appreciate I think the interesting approach here is not to be, it's not so much a museum, and I don't think the art angle is actually the right angle. I think the art and artistry is in the finishes and the sort of like the way that it's all articulated. But I prefer the sort of archive, scientific, natural philosophy, 19th century kind of archive, much better. And I think then you could get rid of, I even think the table might be a bridge too far for me, like in terms of the texture. I think it can be just a simple table that you bring the case to and set it down and look at it.
Yeah, like a U-line table.
Yeah, the simpler tables, it's not thematic. And I think we've seen a couple projects where the theme goes awry. and it's just like too much.
Yeah.
And I think it can simplify and like still get to be quite impactful and super interesting.
Okay.
The furniture is the weak point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think that there's elements to, particularly this image here, that feels very, it feels very, sort of quiet.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, I also appreciate your attacking the program.
Mhm.
The fact that you've made this into an experience instead of just an observing.
Mhm.
I think that's really strong, and that's something that more and more we have to start thinking about when we're, we can't just do finishes and the textures and things, but we have to think about programming as well. So I do think that the furniture has this sort of weird,
Go back to.
rough, like.
It's industrial.
Really
I like that it's very
this, yeah,
deconstructed.
which
They have
doesn't-
like polygal in there.
Yeah, it doesn't really work. I mean, if anything, you might look at something like almost Donald Judd type simple
Yeah.
furniture that is just, it's just there. It's not competing with anything, because it seems like a disconnect.
It's like a step too far.
It's a step too
Okay.
far. Yeah, because
That's
everything
good to
else
know.
is very, it's very elegant, and I think it's the first one that we've seen that it has this sort of quietness to it that allows space to be able to experience the didactic quality of what you've done. So that it becomes more of a destination because you can actually learn something, right? It's like going into somebody's laboratory or something and pulling, there's also activity. I like the fact that you have a workroom, where it's like, you can imagine that it could be taken over by school children.
Exactly.
Clean things or something. So I think it's just a matter, again, of like this stuff too far and really examining, taking a step back from the
aesthetics.
Yeah.
Well, it's more like the thematics.
Yeah.
For me, it's the thematics. Like, I think it can be reduced there. The furniture is the place where I think that's the point where it can like just be pulled back slightly to amplify the rest. I really do think the finishes and there is a sophistication to it. And the way the images are constructed too is very precise and interesting. It sort of rises the line between, it's more open in some ways. It has a quality that's not so sharp, that I think is one to kind of continue to think about. As you move forward. The only I think not negative critique, but more like just a question is, we're really more for everybody too. It's like I've had this today already, and just like attribution, of things, like the Tallinn project and like different things like that. I think for everybody, it's not so much that it's bad to show images of other people's stuff. It's great.
Yeah.
But I think for me, the attribution and the building of the bibliography in the project is important.
Okay. Yeah, that's really good feedback.
I thought you were gonna do like multi-purpose earth room or something.
Yeah,
Well, there's a picture.
There's a picture. There, right?
There's it actually. I was like, where is that?
All the first project too with the rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I thought it would have been a great, like.
I thought about it.
Partner twin to
Yeah.
that one. The soil map images, I think those are, that's another sort of weak spot. I mean, those things are so beautiful. I'm like totally addicted to these things, and I've used them as inspiration for projects and also teaching. And each one is slightly different, right? Like you could see 10 maps of soil maps of Wyoming, and depending on who made it, it would be a different collection of colors, right? But the fact that it's just this sort of panel, it's like it's sort of it diminishes its beauty. It almost becomes like a little painting, and it's something that I think. Like you need to like use it at a bigger scale, like that, because it's also.
I thought about making it a curtain, and then I got a little clustered, but I think I could have maybe done like a more delicate
application over a window or something that was a little bit more considered?
Well, I mean, I think that it's like take it on, like make it into a wall, you know,
Okay.
or like floor to ceiling, like really have it overwhelm you so that you're in the soil of Wyoming, right? That,
Or blow it up and have that represented at different parts of the floor plan or something.
well, yeah, I mean, I think you should, again, be careful,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Because I don't think
I think it's cooler when it's the other one, when it's the soil wall.
Yeah.
For me, like that, I mean, to me, that's more innovative and interesting. Like, I think the map is
Fine,
okay.
yeah.
I just don't think it's, again, I think it's.
It
something
could be
to
out of this project.
I think
and it
it's
wouldn't
way
make
more
sense.
interesting to sort of see this application. And because then, what does it do? Because it, for me, what that does is it, if I want to get into that, I can. Yeah. But it ain't beating me over the head and say, get into me. Right? It just says like, hey, what is this? And I can ask, and all of a sudden I can get it, I can do it. But then it does, it's not like grabbing me and saying, you have to be into this, right? And that's an interesting place to be, I think.
Cool. Also, it is interesting when you play that, for example, there's maybe the texture, but you remove the color, so there's these degrees of abstraction that make the object more intriguing, or like if there you have the pattern, but no, you don't have the material, if you make it into a curtain, for example, I think that those are, that makes it interesting, those relative abstractions of what we're looking at instead of the actual
Literal.
Right.
Yeah, that was what I was trying to do.
We're gonna talk.
Yeah, the driver of the building was to use natural materials in a way that wasn't literal. So I definitely think I got a little, maybe. I
Well, they're
didn't
super
go
simple,
literal.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
It was your shirt is one, so
Yeah.
it's like, but I actually love this as the curtain. Because it is taking off the tones of the landscape, but transforming it into something, you know, at first I thought, oh, it's like mosaic tile. The Bizzaza gold collection or whatever, you know, but the fact that you made it into a curtain, I think is really quite beautiful. And the fact that it could be sort of translucent and it would be open and move. And, you know, again, it's about distilling.
It would also probably have some sonic qualities.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Perhaps. It definitely would probably get a little like, I mean, I kind of like the idea of it being kind of weirdly cacophonous considering how quiet the actual park is. Like to have children in there, like having a lot of fun sounds fun. And that was kind of a motivator too for the polished floor. It was like dirt falling on the floor and then having that contrast. But anyway, yeah.
Well, you also have to think about, you know, polished surfaces reflect light.
Yeah.
In certain ways, so there could be.
It
you
could
know,
have an
depending on the
negative
time of
effect,
day
yeah.
or whatever, you know, or the lighting that you actually put in here, which I'm not really clear on. You know, it could be actually sort of harsh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this reflection that makes it difficult for you to actually be in that space, right?
Yeah,
So-
that's
It's also
fair.
light at different times of the year.
Yeah.
And it's light, it's on, I mean, light on, when there's snow on the ground versus summertime, you know, all of these things are very, very different. I mean, there'd be, the ceiling would be quite bright in the winter, strangely bright, but it's that property.
Right.
I would also do some, you know, now that you've gotten this part of this project, I would now actually do some suggesting some like super high test renderings of this to start to look at some of those properties in a more.
Oh, yeah,
in a more
like controlled way.
Yeah, controlled it, just to see what those effects would be and to try, and also just to try to do it, you know, to try to do it.
That's a good
Try to
idea.
simulate some of the properties of translucency and softness of a hard object like stone, and all those kind of things, which is not easy to do, but not big exercise for you.
I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shannon.
So I think you'll need to go to the same.
Oh. How do we move that? Is there a way to not?
I think just move your cursor down. It'll go away.
It'll go away.
It does go away?
Yes.
She doesn't believe.
There's gotta be, no, it doesn't? Okay. Okay, hi, everybody, I am Shannon. I'm in my last year of, first professional master. Did it go away on the others? Isn't there usually a, like a minimizer?
Yeah.
It's okay, you guys can imagine what's been.
If you dock it, it'll go. We got it on one side, we'll go this one, or right on the sides of here.
All right, let's keep it up there. And see what happens.
Okay,
Okay, let's do a stop.
I'm gonna put
share.
it on top, because I think there's less on.
Or maybe do a stop share and then. Okay. It usually goes away.
Well, I'll wait.
This is your logic.
Okay. I am Shannon. This is my project.
I was like, okay, do a stop share and then.
Okay.
Because I don't want
Should I wonder,
to.
yeah, maybe now that I wonder if it's because it's PowerPoint. You can't do like a split screen on it. This is you, right? Yeah. I wonder, yeah. We need to do it. We need to do it. Okay. Hide floating meeting controls.
Yay.
Really good. Okay. This is my project. I have named it the Rockefeller Home for Inorganic Specimens. So we definitely know about the site already. What I found obviously interesting about the building was that the initial architects meant for it to be a very contemplative space. It's pretty underprogrammed, especially in contrast to this other building that's nearby that just has like a lot of content and displays in it. So there's a lot less content in the existing building, and that was very intentional. They meant for it to be a very peaceful, introspective space, and sort of the head architect called it kind of the beginning of your journey before you head out to hike. And I think that's an interesting concept, just like getting your head right before you go out into the wilderness, kind of like getting the respite of a rest stop, but like preemptively. And as others have said, there's a lot of beautiful like sagebrush surrounding it, really dense, and we were lucky to be there in fall and see some really amazing colors. And obviously some really incredible views from inside the building, but like I said, it's very introspective. The views are very controlled in the existing building. Some detail shots, and that's that sagebrush around the outside. This is a forest that goes along this side. Sorry, you probably can't see. This side of the building. So they actually bring you in from the parking lot and come along the side of the building, I think. There. And then just some general geological context for the area. Basically, it's a very unique geography because you really don't have any foothills in this mountain range. And that is because of these three forces at the right. So you have the first one, which is the fault movement. The Teton fault is a normal fault. There are a couple different kinds of geological faults, but the one that's right next to the site is a normal fault, and that just has to do with like the angle of the planes sliding against each other, and that there's a horizontal and a vertical component to the movement. And then, so basically you have, you know, the valley dropping down and the mountain rising up really drastically. And then you also have some volcanic activity that happened. Yellowstone, which is like 45 minutes north, is basically a huge caldera. So there was large deposits of lava that came and settled in the valley. And then glaciation carved out those really unique U-shaped canyons in the area and just like further kind of made that landscape really drastic. So that was really unique, and I kind of kept that in mind as I was making some decisions about how to like contextualize this building within its environment. So the organic part of my title has to do with the fact that I digitally created, well, okay, first of all, inorganic relating to like being neither a plant nor an animal, so basically a mineral. And then as well as the process that I employed to actually create the geological specimens that I was planning to display in the center. So I was using source imagery from the trip. So this is an image that I've obviously edited, but this was an image of like one of the hot springs in Yellowstone. And using that and using some different computational operations on that stuff to create these kind of crazy shapes that sort of appear to be organic at first glance, but really they're just the result of like computational operations. They're not obviously natural or organic at all. And then using these specimens to sort of interrogate the like white box typology of your typical art museum, to create a space that evokes both the reverence of a fine art museum and the exploration of a natural science discovery center. So this is my proposed plan and program. Like I said, the existing building had you walk alongside the whole building and then enter it. I wanted to have you come in from the parking lot onto this elevated ramp, and the entrance is elevated 2 feet off the ground. Kind of mimicking, there are some existing elevated walkways throughout the site. So then you're in the reception at the front, and then you go to the main intervention, which is this permanent exhibit where the geological specimens are displayed, and this footprint sort of fractures off from the existing building and into that surrounding brush. You then have a rotating exhibit space in number 3. And then a semi-enclosed sort of flex space that you could hold conferences or speakers, and then a kind of reading breakout space towards the back. And then on the northern end of the building in number 6, you have kind of a day to night cafe lounge situation, exterior seating in number 7, and then a small retail space in number 5. So this is the permanent exhibition space for the specimens. Maybe you also have an audiovisual component on that thickened wall. And I didn't want the circulation through the space to be like consecutive. Instead, kind of, you know, like how it is when you're on a hike, you're maybe switching back, getting lost, lingering in a spot for a little bit. And the footprint kind of allows a sort of curiosity and flexibility on the part of the visitor to decide really how they're going to move through that space or stay in that space. And then for my cabin renovation, when we were looking at the historical cabins in the beginning of the semester, I designed a creative residency. So maybe you have, you know, the resident artist exhibiting something monthly in this rotating exhibition space. Or perhaps it's more of an experimental installation space. I was definitely curious how this building, it's pretty dark, but might be get used into the evening, whether that's for like special exhibits or just a nice place for people to gather after a hike or if they're waiting out a storm or something. And then this is that semi-enclosed flex auditorium-ish space that runs along the long hallway, looking at some like historical patterned glass patterns to orchestrate privacy and a nice soft light filtration. And then you have more of an open reading breakout area that might be pretty peaceful if you have freshly fallen snow out the window. And then the cafe, I did want to feel really cozy, kind of evoking the lantern lit, really intimate hallways of some of the national park lodges that we visited and studied. Exploring using, and I'll go into the kind of white panels that you saw in the beginning, but those are made out of an expanded metal mesh with paper pulp on them. And you can see them here as well. But so kind of using that to like imprint into plaster to make an interesting texture that would bounce the light off of it. And then almost some subtle like Art Deco details even to recall the turn of the century, which is when the national park system was established, and these really like grand lodges were being made accessible to people as like a really special experience. And maybe this is where you grab a glass of wine at the end of your hike. So this is that panel intervention in the main exhibition area. I was looking at this Kangakuma reference. Like I said, it's expanded metal, so like a metal mesh that you would see in industrial uses, but then they put paper pulp onto it to kind of have this organic matter that accumulates on it, and it makes a really nice light filtration, as you can see on the left. And yeah, so kind of a softening of that normally kind of harsh metal material, and really trying to like reveal and conceal views throughout that space. I appreciated the pretty drastic introspection of the original building, but wanted to create something that was both introverted and extroverted and kind of encourage people to go and take a peek and get a new perspective depending on where you're oriented towards those planes. So this is the display assembly that takes place on those panels. I was inspired by your classic pin art toy. I wanted to make something that could be functional, but also aesthetic in itself, offers flexibility in terms of like the density of the pins, and you could take more in, or you could put more in, take more out, you could fill that whole wall with them. You're able to cradle the geological specimens in those pins and kind of make an imprint with them, and have that relief coming out of the back, and then a more kind of like whimsical display of a geological specimen than you would find in like a typical rock store or something. And then thinking about lighting, this renders obviously in the evening, but because those are like double paneled, you could be wiring lighting through there. And I also liked how that mesh material interacted with the glow of the illumination. And then again, bringing that exhibition experience out into the surrounding brush and like recontextualizing these specimens within their environment. I will say I should have learned grasshopper and figured out how to just like script the displacement of the pins, but I actually went through one by one question that based on the sections. But actually, I liked it was a fun and relevant experience because like I was kind of thinking about like slicing and pinning specimens like a natural scientist, you get it. And also like whenever I'm doing like dumb technology things, I usually come across like an interesting way to graphically present things. So actually it was fun. But yeah, so kind of this notion of pinning and slicing specimens like a scientist, and then also recalling the artistic processes of like imprint making and having the display system respond volumetrically to the specimen, sort of like marrying the art and science components. So overall, this kind of plane structure, taking this sort of angular language to carve into spaces further and control views. I liked how these allowed the sort of like dissipation of the transition between indoor and outdoor, between the roof line in the sky, between the existing structure and the extension. In National Park rustic style, you get a lot of low horizontal sight lines, so kind of echoing that. And the building is oriented so that you get the low east and western sun coming into that space through the panels. And then, so in addition to kind of curating those views, interacting with the existing building by concealing and revealing the existing structure in certain places, kind of layering more overhead structure and playing with the height of spaces for some variety in section. And then to go back to that kind of fractured geometry and thinking about the context in the existing site, it not only spoke to like, you know, the geological fault siting against each other to form the landscape, but also reminded me of these walkways that exist on the site, these elevated walkways. And Prospect had mentioned this was an effort to make the trails more accessible. And it's obviously a common like hiking typology to kind of smooth that transition between, you know, ground and water, rough brush and what have you. So kind of playing a similar mediating role in my project, you know, smoothing the transition between interior and exterior. And then I was also even like reminded of the pins poking through the mesh when I saw that grass. And then just looking further into like some future atmospheric studies, ideas for immersive experiences, sort of like subtly evoking the glaciation component of the environment in the main exhibition space, and then maybe looking to like volcanism and like imitating lava. I picture this as like a thermoformed something. And then we also went to a fluorescent mineral display, which I loved because the rocks look plain and normal light, and then he turns on the UV and they glow neon. And they actually do put in like commercial paper, they put phosphorus to make the paper whiter. So I have a hunch, I haven't tested it, but if these are actually covered in like a certain kind of paper, they would maybe glow in the UV. So you could do a pretty interesting like blacklight exhibit maybe once a month or something. So to conclude, like I said, trying to marry the reverence of a fine art museum with the exploration encouraged by a natural discovery center, and hopefully contextualizing the building in regards to its surroundings, but in a more like nuanced and atmospheric, less obvious manner than they traditionally did in National Park Service buildings in the past. Okay, that's it.
Go back to the floor plan.
Yeah. I'm gonna show it once. And it's long. And this section, I forgot to put section lines, but this. Yeah.
So the kind of textile or the extruded mesh,
Yeah.
the papers and those, is that's in that star?
Yes, it's like a drop ceiling sort of it, and then it comes down to form vertical planes.
It's almost like you have two projects in my mind here. You have the star and then you have everything else above it in the way that you've treated the materiality of it. And I'm less interested in the upper portion.
Yeah.
Than I am in the star, because I think, you know, and that's why I wanted to see the plan, because I thought, wow, you know, if these walls had pins in them like that, right? Like I would want an alternate route that I could actually go like behind all of those, right? And experience the flip side, sort of the inside out experience of the exhibition. Because I think it would be a really fantastic mental challenge or experience, right? To actually see how this wall takes on what is on the other side, right?
And so I think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity, and that, like, to me, that's your project, is that section, and it's one material.
Yeah.
Right, it's one material. I think there's some odd stuff going on with the color of the floor and the color of the columns, and it's, you know, there's like it's distracting to the beauty of these very simple screens that that are really the ceiling that then fold down, right? In these various different places, and it's, you know, you could easily navigate through this exhibition space, and comprehend what you're trying to communicate. And there would be this fantastic sort of light shadows that would be coming through, right? And then if you were able to actually occupy and experience the back side of it, it's another kind of
I
experience.
will say, I mean, I kept to these ones, they're about like 4 feet maybe off, because I was kind of mad that people would want to go around those, but I did do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think
You can
it's,
be presented with them first, right? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you're
yeah,
presented with the
yeah.
reverse,
Yeah.
Which
reverse
like,
and-
yeah, and that one would be, you know, you
So you
come in
might
this
do
way,
that, yeah.
Right.
yeah, and see the back of
Right.
those, and then you kind of have to like choose.
Right. right, so that I wonder if that thing were to extend into that upper portion, so that there are elements of that connect the two.
Yeah.
Because to me, they're like textured glass, the wood and everything, it's very distracting, and it's a little bit of a disappointment after sort of the beauty of this space and the way that the light will come through it. I just think, you know, it's almost like going through one of those meditative, I think about the experience of being on the outside, like one of those mazes.
Yeah.
Right, that people, they watch their footsteps, right? But this would be more about watching the wall alongside of them. And opposite that is the view. So you have this really beautiful sort of response to the landscape with the surface of this wall it changes, right, over the course of the exhibits.
I mean, in that context, if the support stuff still had to be there, you could break it off almost, right? Like make it a completely separate thing. It could be in wood language where you let that kind of like link in. But I think that's by far the most elegant, super beautiful. I mean, it's just like really, really great space. And the way it engages the exterior, I think, is so fascinating. I mean, the pen thing at first I was like, oh no. But I think you did miss it slightly, only in that I would wish that if the pens would be all the way through.
I agree.
Because I think they're making another pattern.
Yeah.
You know, and that second pattern, which is this kind of like
Oh, yeah.
thing, you know, which I know where that
You
came
mean like
from.
in all the holes?
Yeah, just in all the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
holes, and then it's a lot simpler and it'd be more impactful, I think, in that way.
Yeah, I was playing with like the density of it, because then it starts to affect like the light filtration, obviously,
Yeah.
but like you could do like an acrylic or something,
Yeah, something else,
but it just
yeah.
like wasn't showing up, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, what's the point of me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the problem is the
Yeah.
secondary pattern, it's this kind of
Okay.
like overarching kind of pattern that,
Yeah.
that takes away from that other
Yeah.
one.
It's a distraction.
Yeah.
When it's just, if you were just one, it's like a curtain,
Yeah.
right? And I do think the idea of having it be like lucite rods or something.
Yeah.
Then you've got light coming through it, and imagine like over the course of the seasons, there's gonna be sort of a color
Yeah.
to that wall, which will change with the seasons, you know, that's your whole project. It's
Yeah.
almost like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I like the neon stuff. I like those bits. I like the layer, and I think Robin's also right in the like the wood floor and the wood columns are also distracting. I think the innovation in the pattern that you did do on the wall in the upper bar, but where it was the sort of like pressed in and it created these little undulations. Like it seems like that could come back as the flooring or something. So it kind of just simplified, the color palette simplifies, but the textures are there, and I think then it's about the view and the rocks, and then it's like, that's all you need. Like, you don't need, I don't even want to get a drink at the end, like, don't make me go out and I believe you, I like that stuff. You know, I don't want to do that at the end, I don't want to be pushed into like a gift shop either, like, I don't want to be like, you know, I think this could be way more interesting if that stuff was
Well, I didn't design the retail, so. we
No,
can
I
figure
got
it
you.
out.
I get you. You would be, you should be going out of your way to like not let people go over that. Or make a clear enough distinction between them, so it's like, this is not, this is not in contract, like they said on the image of the, with the wood bridge. This is not in contract, okay, well, that's not in the contract, right?
But the system that you devised is totally perfect for a retail.
Right, I was
installation,
thinking that,
right? It's
yeah.
like, so why not have this whole thing, another fold,
Mhm.
right? This, and that would probably make you have to reconfigure somewhat this,
Yeah.
right? That it's not so centric,
Yeah.
that it's more, sort of like stretched out
Mhm.
like this, that, and I think it actually speaks really clearly to what you were talking about at the very beginning about the fault lines, right? And the angles of these fault lines and that force
Mhm.
that is causing, that created this landscape, right? And that's where at the top portion, it's sort of like, no, there's, it's just sort of decor
Yeah.
and not, it's not connected to what you were speaking about at the very beginning, like what you observe, things that interested you. So, oftentimes that happens, right? You sort of lose track of what.
You should have seen it before.
I'm also like not sure that like this kind of image is really helping you. I mean, it's cool, but I don't understand the connection between that and what you're doing,
Yeah.
right?
That's
It's a totally different, it's an object that has a very different dynamic and a very different texture than what you're talking about, right? So make sure when you do these, oftentimes it just takes perspective, right? And you being able to have the time to stand back from all your presentation drawings and go,
Yeah.
is that really working for me anymore? And that's sometimes you can't see it because you're so deeply engaged with it, that it's just, you can't see it until someone else says, it's not really how it's cool, but
yeah,
it's not really helping your thesis at all, so.
I agree, and I agree with the previous comment that your discoveries with this application of the screens because I think what is very successful is that they really appear as a textile almost, and that is very clear. Your intervention in contrast with the existing structure, right? And because of the extreme difference in the materiality and that this kind of very thin, this very thin element is holding the rocks, no? It's or displaying, no? It's helping you display the rocks. I think that's very nice and it's very clear, no? As an intervention when you're playing with this element. And I really like how you started to play with it almost like fabric, in that you're cutting and pleating very freely. I don't know that this very centrifugal shape is helping you. It makes like that center very important, and there's nothing really important there happening. So there's a weird, like this, I don't know that that's the right geometry for it, but the system is really great, and I also think that you could apply it other places. Like for example, instead of where does the frosted glass, it's kind of like where the frosted glass, we were trying to do something similar, but with another material, like if you needed another material. And I wonder what was that bringing in that these panels were not doing for you, which are much better acoustically, probably, because of the softness and the perforation. It works really well as a side product because that wasn't an enclosed space, with the glass, with the frosted glass. So I think like once you discover that something is working for you, use it as much as you can instead of trying to find more variety.
Yeah. I did bring them back in the cafe.
But that's a good point, but there it seems like it doesn't, it seems applied. It
Yeah.
seems like an object that was placed there, where here it feels much more integrated and connected.
Yeah.
Connected beyond and connected within, which is, I think, what makes it, was what everybody's kind of responding to. I think also in terms of that part of the plan, what I like about that part of the plan is that I hate that part of the plan, but I love that space. You know what I mean? Like, that space is great, and so the plan in this sense doesn't read through in such a direct way to how the space is ultimately experienced, which is, you know, maybe neither here nor there, but it's, at least that's the way I'm reading it, and so I think there's something kind of cool about that.
Yeah, I also think, I like, there was a moment where you talked about taking that mesh and pressing it into plaster, which was, I think, a really, really nice idea of how you're using the same material, right? But so there's a connection. And there's a softness there, even though it's plaster, right? And that people make that connection. And that's really all we need. Yeah. It's really, you know, and that's it. And I think that it's almost like, you know, you made such a bold move to reconfigure that section of the plan that it's like you ran out of steam once you got to the upper portion. And I think, you know, it's like, if you're gonna do that, like, do it all, because it's very, very powerful. And I think this idea of also circumambulating through the, not just the exhibit space, right? But take that idea of sort of movement through like the front and the back, that maybe there could be something, I have no idea, but I think it's worth testing. This idea of this organism that is sort of the alien, the internal organs of this thing that you can experience from the outside as well, so that you're really enveloped, you're like in the belly of the beast kind of thing, but it's a very benign, lovely, elegant beast.
But that's what's interesting about thinking about it as an intervention. You know, if you think about it as an intervention rather than as like I'm having to retrofit and I'm having to engage all those services, it's almost like if you strip everything away in that interior back to the base, just the surfaces that are there, and then this thing is doing its own thing through there and changing it all by its existence. I think that's a more powerful statement and a better study of how far can it go before it does need to become something else, which might happen. Cool.
Wow, that's the end. Okay.
Was that the last one? That is the last one. I don't know. I'm going to end our YouTube.